Ready to go when you are, Mayor.
Mr. Halinga, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Wilcoxen,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
Present.
Councilmember Somerville,
Present.
Mayor Richardson,
Present.
Councilmember Morgan,
Present.
Councilmember Simmons, Mr. Jones Chance. With 5 present, there is a quorum.
I'd like to move to excuse Councilmember Simmons and Mr. Jones.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Could we please have agenda approval? Are there any additions or subtractions for the agenda?
Mayor, the Pledge of Allegiance is,
Oh, I'm sorry. I just skipped right over. Thank you. And
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
now agenda. Any changes or additions, corrections to the agenda? All right, seeing none, we open up public comment. Anyone signed up for public comment?
Mayor, was there a motion and a second to approve the agenda?
I will move to approve the agenda.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. All right. Now we have public comment. First we have Mark Smith. Okay, so you want for public comment?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Amanda Smith.
Hello, my name is Amanda Smith. I live in Ward 2. I am on your agenda tonight to be considered for the Planning Commission. I am very excited about this idea, and I hope that you will feel the same way as I do about it. I, through the CBO process at 220 North Park, I have really gotten a better sense of how an ordinary citizen like me can make a difference in our community and shaping the way we look in the future. I have been very involved with our schools, and through that process, I've learned a lot about the various communities in Ypsilanti and how any one thing is not going to be about any one particular ward or any one particular person or community, that we need to think about broader scope on anything that we do. And I would really like to see our city continue to move toward a place where everyone that's here wants to be invested in the community that we are in. So keeping people here who are already invested and drawing people who want to send their kids to Ypsilanti community schools, drawing people who want to shop in our shops and eat in our restaurants, to be part of our community. So I think that being part of the Planning Commission would be an opportunity to do that. And then on another note, I wanted to say I'm really excited about the Clark Street property that is also on your agenda tonight. I know that you've gone through an elaborate process with that CBO, and there's been some really great things that have come out of that. And finally, I know that the deficit of the city is something that you're considering figuring out how to manage. And I think that this group has an amazing opportunity to be nimble and continue to show progress forward at the same time. So I'm excited to see what comes out of that process as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Stransky. Good evening.
Hello, Dave Spenske, 323 Oak Street, Solar Earth Tea. You're going to be voting on Resolution N today about the solar rebate, the Grace Sweeney Solar Rebate Program. So I'm just going to give you a little history about solar, give you an update where we're at, and encourage you to approve that resolution. So as of today, we have 84 solar installations in the city, and this rebate program is should spur another 40 solar installations. So that would give us like a 50% boost over what we have today. We currently have about 1.5 megawatts. And I did something new this time, is I actually looked at the solar installations by ward. I was kind of shocked that they're evenly distributed. We have 30 in Ward 1, we have 24 in Ward 2, and 30 in Ward 3. So isn't that nice? Our average system size is 18 kilowatts. We have a wide spread. We have that big one in the cemetery, which is 800, and we have a couple that are just like 1 or 2 panels. But the 18 is our average. And I've always been trying to go for this 1,000 solar roof project. And if I call our solar roof 5 kilowatts and do the math, we were at about 300 roofs. So that was kind of interesting. And the other good number I like to always brag about is that if I take our 1.5 megawatts and divide it by our population, which is around 18,000 right now, we're at 85.6 watts per capita. And that puts us between Buffalo and Minneapolis on the Environment America's Solar Stars sheet. So we're actually better than San Francisco, Seattle, New York, Houston, Detroit, and then we might still be better than Ann Arbor on a watts per capita basis. So we're really doing it here. And then the last thing I was going to talk about was our top 5 solar installations. The cemetery has 844 kilowatts. The fire station has 65.7 kilowatts. That's 100% solar powered. The Thompson block, I don't know if anybody's noticed it, but they stuck in a solar car park behind the Thompson block, and that's number 3. That's 36 kilowatts. The IPSI on Adams is 31 kilowatts, and the Ozone House on Huron is 30 kilowatts. So those are some pretty nice big sites. So when it comes up, I hope you approve the Grace Sweeney Solar Rebate Program. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Zelinski. Thank you for the report, and thank you for all the work that you do for solar in the city. Thank you. Rochelle, and I don't want to miss your name. Gracia?
Abraham?
Yes, Rochelle Agresta? Yes, please, come on up.
Thank you for having us here today. I'm the Washington County lead for Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. Aunt Garcia is our events chairman. The weekend of June 3rd is the annual and national gun violence awareness weekend. 110 people are killed every single day in gun violence. And just this morning, 14 school children and a teacher were killed in Texas. So we're pleased and honored that the city of Atlanta is joining us to end gun violence in Michigan. And we got t-shirts, wear orange t-shirts.
Yeah.
Thank you for having us.
Do you want me,
Thank you for coming. We appreciate
can I
that.
pass them out real quickly, or?
You can pass them out, or if you want to leave them there, we can pick them up as we leave.
Well, I think I brought more than we need, so.
Okay.
How are you? How you doing? How you doing? It's been a long time to see you. For comfortability's sake.
You know what, it may be a little bit too long.
Thank you, thank you so much.
Okay, it's nice seeing you.
Thanks, sir.
Mr. Morgan and I went to Washington Police a long time ago. I saw your name there, I couldn't wait.
Back when you get back to this network.
Yeah, we never had to stop.
You're right.
Okay, I'll just leave them here then. Oh, excuse me. I think I'll take the smalls away. Yes. They're for children.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for supporting our cause.
On the gun violence. This week, thank you. All right, Amber Fellows.
Well, I'm gonna give it. I'll give you, it can. Yeah. Oh, isn't the copy? Okay. Hi. Hi, council. Member fellows, we're three. So I'm here today to support the Clark CBA. For CBA. I just want to, I'm gonna go over all the things, like I trust those people that were involved, because I trust in the CBO process. And I believe the spirit of that process is to see what residents that are, in our community thinking about issues, and then our near development proposals, what they have to say as far as what they'd like to see out of a CBO process, and it could be literally anything. So it does not match up with what you want to do in a development process, I understand that, but it is just an extra layer of negotiation, and you have the opportunity to ask for what you want. So I think you all should support the CBA for Clark, and then if you want to make any of your own changes, do so. And I'm here also to talk about the 220 North Park CBA process, which is negotiation part just concluded. Now it's going to go to staff and the city attorney for interpretation. So I just want you to hear from one of the co-chairs about that, because it was a good process, but a long one last night, and some things came up where I just think you need to hear it here first. So I just first want to say that everything that we were able to pass yesterday was something that the developer agreed upon. So it is something that we are in agreement with. Doesn't mean that it was in perfect harmony, but those things that were promised in prior meetings, and then we put it into resolution yesterday. And then some of the things I want to highlight is that there is a street name, a new street that's going to be created for that development, and we wanted to have public input for that. So we asked council to hear from the public about a possible street name. And I especially want to highlight the group Staying Power, which is through EMU Engage. It's a group of young people who care about housing and gentrification, and they talk about those issues through performance and art and poetry. It's a really amazing group. They should be invited to talk about what they think should be part of that project. And some of the names that they forwarded were Lisa Stewart, Maddie Dorsey, and others. So I think it's worthwhile hearing from them. Another thing that I wanted to highlight is that we did negotiate for 100% PRE for the development that's going to be deeded, as well as a certain amount of affordable units. So this development was originally proposed, the workforce housing is going to be affordable. And just lastly, I want you to take in consideration the fact that we want it to be, the city of Ipsy residents given first priority for a time, maybe 90 days. And the Fair Housing Association recommended using a demographer just to put that into perspective. Thank you.
Mr. Tuesday.
First, I want to say, City Manager McMullen, you are living proof that you can do all things through him that give you the strength. Council, I'm not here to oppose that you're trying to bring attention, or it's already in place, that you're trying to bring attention to Black Lives Matter. But I am here opposing where you are trying to bring the attention. And when I was out of the state when I heard that this had happened, and I had heard that it was a request of the community.
then I place in my mind, what community? Then it must be a community that does not have any history of the city of Ypsilanti and does not have any history of the south side of Ypsilanti. Washington Street has no bearings on Black concern. There has never been a Black business in Washington Street from Michigan Avenue to Ferris. So I look at that as being no concern. I hope I get a chance to come back and give you all some history. And I think you need it. But there are places that you can bring attention to Black Lives Matter. That's on the south side of the city, where on Harriet Street, where plenty of Blacks has been killed, and they have been killed by Blacks. And we had a Black soldier that was killed by 2 white police officers here in the city of Ypsilanti. Now, that's where we need that. And we also need that in front of the police department saying, Chief, Black Lives Matter. Because you know what? Under him, everything happens. So I'm gonna get my petition, and it will be signed with numerous of folks. We want the same thing on Harriet Street, and we want the same thing in front of the police department, because they need to be reminded daily. If you had the right administration, they would be reminded daily of that during briefings, but you don't have the right administration. So look for the petition, because that's what we, the people, are going to be asking for. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tusa. Is there anyone else for public comment? Is there anyone online, Mr. Hernandez?
If anyone attending the meeting virtually would like to make a comment, please raise your hand. You'll have 3 minutes to address council. No hands are raised, ma'am.
All right, thank you. I'll say that we will move on then with our agenda. And we have a proclamation in honor of Memorial Day. I believe that I have that one. Memorial Day Proclamation. Whereas Memorial Day was officially proclaimed as May 5, 1868 by General John Logan in his General Order number 11. And in 1968, by act of Congress, it was determined that the holiday would be observed on the last Monday in May. And whereas the sacrifices that such members of the United States Armed Forces and of the family members that support them have reserved the liberties that have enriched this nation, making it unique in the world community. And whereas we observe Memorial Day, we remember the more than 1 million Americans who have died to preserve our freedom, the more than 140,000 citizens who were prisoners of war, and all those who were declared missing in action. We also honor our veterans for their dedication to America and their sacrifice. And whereas on this Memorial Day, we honor our fallen soldiers and their commitment to our country and their legacy to patriotism and sacrifices of many men and women who answered the nation's call to duty and fought with honor and valor, and in the end gave the ultimate sacrifice to safeguard the rights of all Americans. And whereas by giving their lives in this cause of freedom, these heroes have protected and inspired all Americans, and we are truly grateful for their sacrifice. And whereas the citizens of the city of Ypsilanti join with people across the nation in remembrance of those who died while courageously serving their country during war. And now, therefore, I, Lois Allen Richardson, Mayor of the City of Ypsilanti, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby dedicate and proclaim Monday, May 30th, 2022, as Memorial Day in the City of Ypsilanti, and call this observance to the attention of all of our citizens. Given under my hand and seal of the City of Ypsilanti, May 24, 2022. We have a proclamation of gun safety, Moms Demand Action.
Declaring the first Friday in, sorry. Declaring the first Friday in June to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day. This proclamation declares the first Friday in June to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day in the city of Ypsilanti, to honor and remember all victims and survivors of gun violence, and to declare that we as a country must do more to reduce gun violence. Whereas every day more than 110 Americans are killed by gun violence, alongside more than 200 who are shot and wounded, and on an average there are nearly 16,000 gun homicides every year. Whereas Americans are 26 times more likely to die by gun homicide than people in other high-income countries, whereas Michigan has 1,270 gun deaths every year with a rate of 12.7 deaths per 100,000 people. Michigan has the 29th highest rate of gun deaths in the US. And whereas gun homicides and assaults are concentrated in cities, with more than half of all firearm regulated gun deaths in the nation occurring in 127 cities. Whereas cities across the nation, including the city of Ypsilanti, are working to end senseless gun violence with evidence-based solutions. Whereas gun violence prevention is more important than ever as COVID-19 pandemic continues to exacerbate gun violence after more than 2 years of increased gun sales, increased calls to suicide and domestic violence hotlines, and an increase in city gun violence. Whereas in January 2013, Hadia Peddleton was tragically shot and killed at age 15, and on June 3rd, 2022, to recognize the 25th birthday. Whereas the idea was inspired by a group of Hadia's friends who asked their classmates to commemorate her life by wearing orange. They chose this color because hunters wear orange to announce themselves to other hunters when out in the woods, and orange is a color that symbolizes the value of human life. And whereas anyone can join this campaign by pledging to wear orange on June 3rd, the first Friday of June in 2022, to help raise awareness about gun violence. And whereas by wearing orange on June 3rd, 2022, Americans will raise awareness about gun violence and honor the lives of gun violence victims and survivors. Whereas we renew our commitment to reduce gun violence and pledge to do all we can to keep firearms out of the wrong hands and encourage responsible gun ownership to help keep our children safe. Now therefore be it resolved that Councilmember Somerville, on behalf of the city of Ypsilanti, the City Council of the City of Ypsilanti declares the first Friday in June 3rd, 2022, to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day. I encourage all citizens to support their local community's effort to prevent the tragic effects of gun violence, and to honor and value human lives.
Thank you. We'll now move on to our public hearings. Community benefits agreements for the proposed 945 Clark development. Presentation. Who's asking for you? Mr. Halinga, who has the cover letter?
Or no one's reading the cover letter.
No one,
The
okay.
committee is here to provide
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
the committee is here to provide the presentation. This is the co-chair
Hi,
and then the chair.
Yes, I called.
Lisa Volker, I'm the co-chair.
Pardon?
My name is Lisa Volker and I'm the co-chair.
Okay, thank you.
Hello,
Hello.
good evening, everyone. I'm Desiree Simmons, our chair for the CEO's ad hoc committee. All right, So, thanks. I'm happy to be here representing our ad hoc committee, tonight on the first CBO for us to go through council. And I just like to say that in celebration of the work that went to create the community benefits ordinance back in 2017. And so we are looking at, this first slide is just to help us orient to the space where we are. We'll be talking a little bit about the committee, a little bit about our process, and then about the proposed agreements we have. But just to kind of orient here, this area is kind of behind EMU around Arbor One Apartments. And it's really it's on the edge. It shares the property on Clark Road. On one side of it is the city of Ypsilanti, and the other side is actually one of the townships. So it's kind of an interesting spot in terms of thinking about where it sits in the city. One of the things that we name in the cover letter that we prepared for the presentation is also to recognize that this area is within one of the opportunity zones or areas that has low access to opportunity based on the county's work around equity. And so this area is situated within that space. And so just wanting to name that in terms of thinking about what kind of development would make sense in that area and what kind of protections that we prioritize as part of the committee around for the people who would live there to make sure that it's a quality housing and that would be safe and along with the affordability. So I'll turn it over to Lisa, right, the next part.
Again, hi, my name is Lisa Volker. I am in Ward 3, and this is my first time being an official part of a committee. So it was a good experience, and I'm also glad to have been part of the first community benefits agreement and ordinance process. So the next few slides are just like the quick take. I'll go over those briefly. The committee makeup was 4 renters, 3 homeowners, and one of us on the committee was very near to the development. So one of the people live, I guess, on the property that will be right adjacent to the development. There was 5 women and 2 men. The racial makeup was 1 Black person, 1 mixed race, 5 white, mixed race, indigenous and white. And then 1 person resigned before starting the whole process. So we lost 1 person in the midst of it, but we were able to carry on. So you can go on the next slide. Thank you. So we had 5 meetings. The first few were a lot of questions and a lot of clarification. And I'm sure that the city staff and Kyle exercised a lot of patience for us as we went through a whole lot of concerns and considerations and clarifications that we have. Because certainly if there's one thing I already knew, but really learned, is that a lot of this is very complicated and can get lost in the weeds. And especially really learning about a development that's Mishta, there's even more sort of complications, as you probably know more than I do. So a lot of the initial meetings was trying to figure out how to piece those apart and try to make sense of them on paper. Desiree Simmons was elected chair, and throughout the process, her and Andrew helped track on the benefits that arose and helped deal with the questions and ideas. So also, Kyle answered tons of questions for us, and then each part of the committee would sort of leave tasked with something to research while we were gone and come back together with more questions, and then also like example language or something else that needed to be checked with. So it was an interesting research process in the midst of it as well. We prioritized the benefits across multiple meetings, and like I said, researched various ideas, and we kind of did, it was sort of, strength-based, our process. So those things that we were personally passionate about and interested in, or we had the background with, we sort of took and divided up the labor and the research. You can go to the next slide, Andrew. Thank you. The city's first CBO process. So the developer and the committee relationship. I was pleasantly surprised with this whole process. And Kyle, I'm not sure we could have gotten a better person. I'm not like gonna switch to, you know, a development career or anything, but we did feel like it was different than I expected. I thought Kyle was pretty fantastic at making clarifications, not overcommitting to things before he went back and talked to his people, and clarifying the concerns that we had. So that overall process, I was very happy with how the communication went. Thank you. Again, just to reiterate that there are several idiosyncratic regulations within the MISHDA funded development projects. I am super glad that I do not work for MISHDA or work for development, because it was very confusing. Desiree is going to talk more about the numbers. I had a harder time with that, but she's got some real clarity on why we chose to kind of argue for what we chose to argue for this.
All right, so just wanting to start with thinking about overall our focus as a committee. So we wanted to really, you know, even though this is an affordable housing development, we wanted to kind of focus on a few different things in terms of increasing the units that would be affordable and more closely tied to the area median income for the city of Ypsilanti, as opposed to totally based on the county's overall area median income. And so we wanted it to better match. And so we pulled some numbers. So the county overall is at $75,730, whereas the city's was at $40,028 between 2016 and 2020. We wanted this development to be responsive to the needs of the people in our community here. So that was something that was really important, that even though we're looking at affordable housing, recognizing that people who are currently in the city have a hard time finding affordable housing and having it be quality. So there might be some units that are, you know, inexpensive, but don't necessarily have the quality. And so we wanted to make sure that we kept that in mind. And wanting to allow for folks to be able to stay without being priced out. And so this would bring over 300 units of affordable at an affordable rate for those who can actually stay in Ypsilanti. And I think too, thinking about this development as both, there's a senior housing part as well as a family and single person units. And that means that folks would actually have places to age into, which is something that's much needed in the city, as well as a way for families to be able to have affordable housing and stay as they raise their children. And then we also wanted to make sure that we asked a lot of questions and a lot of things with Lincoln Capital in terms of their role, how they sell, whether, you know, we asked a lot of things about, you know, how long they plan to maintain this property, because we want it to be an ongoing, long-term, positive, safe place for the residents that's respectful to their needs. And so we talked a lot about that and ways that we can help, you know, ways that we can bring in accountability into the agreement. So our goals were increasing the number of affordable housing units available in the city of Ypsilanti, especially where the annual increases are regulated. And so I know, again, in the cover letter, we talk about the current situation, which is that renters are facing really obscene price hikes by landlords. So $100 is like a going, but I've also heard $200 and $400. And not always even with proper notice. So, you know, we had a member of our committee that actually had a price hike, you know, days before they were supposed to be renewing the lease. So there's an expectation that they were all going to be staying in that property, right? But the landlord has there's nothing that's gonna push the landlord to not do that. And so one of the things that we recognize that came up during this conversation, which will come back up later, but I'll say it now too, you know, the majority of the committee were renters. And so, you know, at one point, one of the folks said during one of our meetings that, you know, the fact that you could have an affordable housing development where rent would not increase at these rates was benefit enough, because that's something that we don't see. And also, you know, talking about the other harms that that causes, not only for people having to move every year, which is a harm, if you've ever been, if you remember back to having to do that. But then also thinking about different health impacts that concern and worry have, and then having to leave a community that you've been building. And so that really spoke to me as a person, I would say, who entered the process very skeptical, just as a starting point. I was very skeptical because I'm skeptical of developers overall. Having been part of the process, I really wanted to make sure that what we were doing was speaking to really the reasons why we pushed for the CBO in the first place. So, but hearing the, you know, one of the committee members saying that, I think really changed things for me as I was approaching this process. Some of the other things were thinking about the marketing of the apartments. So we wanted to make sure, again, that we weren't just creating a development that would be a way to bring new people into the city, but actually would provide relief to people who currently are residents here. And so we were able to work through some things around that. Also, like I said, property management accountability, because we wanted a high quality of life for the residents. And so we did spend a lot of time and focus on that, because a lot of times affordable housing goes into disrepair. And then the units become unsafe, and they actually become more of a hazard in the city than a benefit. And so we wanted to make sure that this development would not follow that same kind of pattern. We also wanted to make sure that the residents would have access to decision-making and would be able to continue to push for the high quality of life that they might enjoy there. We wanted it to connect with community, how it's connected to other community resources that we already have in the city. And so thinking about connecting to enrichment activities for the kids that might live on site. Also thinking about energy, air quality, and other features that, you know, would again add to high quality of life. And we also wanted to think about benefits that could be enjoyed by the wider local Ypsilanti community as well. All right, so now we're gonna kind of just walk through the benefits pieces, and we're gonna kind of just go back and forth a little bit on them. I'll also say, and I know in the packet you can see that during the process, we kind of were looking at the benefits in a couple of different ways. So one, we looked at them as we were starting to prioritize, thinking about what are some of the benefits that to have a balance between what were benefits for people who lived on site, one that would be for the wider community, and things that would be full. And so you see that some of those charts, and then another one you'll see is kind of connected to the tiers of the CBO. So just in terms of thinking about different ways to kind of see these out, and then this will be a list. This list, which is the order of this list, is not by our priority necessarily. The order on this list is based on our last meeting, which, you know, I feel for city council, y'all, we were there till like midnight working on it. But it was based on our last meeting and the way we went through to get the language that we pulled together. And that was kind of based on whether we had had a chance to talk about it a lot. We kind of wanted to make sure we front loaded things that we hadn't talked about as much. So just so you kind of have a sense of how this list is going. So first up, we have property management relationship accountability. I'm actually going to turn it over to Lisa because she did a lot of research on this kind of part. Yeah.
So as Desiree mentioned, one thing that we all agreed on right away was that a major benefit to the city would be if we could make sure that the management company who was helping to sustain the property was high quality, and we were able to hold them accountable. So if you're a resident, there's some way for you to do that together with other residents. So this was a very good conversation. We talked about several different ways that this could happen. And I don't know exactly what made it into the final language, but what we did end on with this was that we wanted enough structure in it to sort of try to make sure that there would be accountability and that the residents could form some sort of governance committee that they wanted to. But we didn't want to overstretch and act like we knew what the residents would prefer. So we tried hard to leave it very open-ended, but put a few things into place so that they could collectively advocate for quick repairs, especially urgent ones, ADA accessibility repairs, things like that. Things that are very, very reasonable for people to expect to happen quickly, but often that's not the case, especially as a renter. So a lot of the things were about being able to maintain a high quality of life and then also make decisions about the enrichment activities. Through the process, we were discouraged. You can't like outward name any organizations because it has, you already probably already know this, but it has to be an open process on the other end. So we didn't determine any organizations, but we did talk about things for kids, including tutoring, but also beyond, like enjoyment activities for the elders and then also for the kids and families. We also discussed that we learned, so this is actually two different properties. So it's 845 and 945, as you know. So, and one is a senior development and then one is family centered. And so for the family centered development, we asked that there be a youth or 2 youth seats that are able to contribute to this governance forum in whatever way that it takes.
All right, so then the next one, more units for lower AMI. So as we said, we wanted to have as many units as possible that match the current Ypsilanti representation population here. And so wanted more at the 40%. And then we also looked to add another step in between what was proposed, which was 40% and 60%. And so we were able to work out to have 10 more units at 40% AMI, and then also 10 units at 50% AMI. And the other thing that this allowed us to do was, again, thinking about previous work that has happened in the city. There was obviously a group, which I was a part of as well, as most of you all know already, that worked for a couple of years on the Planning Commission subcommittee for housing affordability and accessibility. And part of those recommendations, which was also based on a lot of public participation as well, and looking at different demographics in the city. One of the things that we recommended in that was to have more units that are affordable, that are at 1 and 2 bedrooms, because that's also really hard to find. And we have a lot of folks who are looking for that kind of housing. And so because we were adding more affordable units, that we were able to also weight those units to be more at 1 and 2 bedroom than the formula that was used for the other rooms that were the other units. And so that's something that we were able to work out, which also did, of course, relate to the lowering of the pilot that was proposed, the payment in lieu of taxes. But we thought that, really thinking about the people who would be impacted, which was again, I think our big priority was thinking about the people in that space, that we wanted to make sure that we increase those units as much as possible, because not really a large proportion of the development that is at the lower AMI steps. So that's something that we worked out to have more that was more closely aligned for the city.
Also, just briefly, I forgot to say for property management relationship, because in a few, you'll see that this is separate from the residential governance something committee, but a few notes, one note for the property management relationship. We did talk about asking for a full pamphlet that includes resources for different things, rights of tenants, like the packet that already exists. We know that there's a rental packet with like a lead awareness and things like that, but we want this to be a guidebook that goes further and explains like how, if you need this, how many days can you expect to wait? And if you need like a whole sort of guidebook that explains to people how they deal with the management and how the property management is, you know, able to be accountable in certain processes in different ways.
And because you're talking about that, also, we wanted them to have information about the current elected officials and folks who are in this area and kind of, you know, how and why you would reach out to them as well. Next benefit, please. So the next one that we were able to work out is to a food pantry, a free store. And this is actually pretty exciting because we're seeing the need for these kind of things popping up all over. And a lot of folks are talking about the importance of having these kind of resources in your neighborhood, like proximate to you. And so being able to have something like this in that area, again, that's already a low access to opportunity area that can provide, food pantry or free store would be great. And one of the things we were able to work out is actually having it be something that's separate, so it would be accessible to the external community. It has its own access door space that we were able to work out to have it. You know, it will have shelves, you know, a fridge, you know, have all these different things that would actually help it to be a really strong space. And so, and also we talked a little bit about the different ways it can be maintained and different ways that it can kind of work together with other, organizations, or maybe connecting with, for instance, the seniors in the senior housing, you know, the different kinds of things like that we talked about as possibilities for that. And so this was something that we were really excited and actually kind of went better, like it was better than what we thought originally in terms of being able to have it be built in through the architect to have its own separate space. So yeah, that was that benefit here.
And it would be, just to clarify, because we went back and forth about this for a while, and just to, Kyle let us know that we had talked about it being accessible to like the broader community of Ypsilanti, but then we came, this one is?
Yeah. It was the community room one that was that.
Oh, just kidding, never mind. Okay, cool. That's even better than I thought. Okay, you can go on to the next one. Thanks, Andrew.
This is one.
So on-site tutoring and community space, we sort of went over this already, but we definitely wanted language in there to have people who are residents there to be able to kind of help decide what goes on in these community spaces, and to have a clear process of how to use the community spaces and things like that. So we had a lot of different ideas, but essentially we wanted it to be needs-based per future residents. So we put some language in place, again, similar to the committee, without narrowing anything too much. You want to say anything about this one?
Yeah, I'll just say, you know, I think one of the things too, so when we were talking about community space, we wanted something neat, obviously more spaces for gathering and things of that sort. And so one of the things we talked about is that this space would obviously be led by the residents. And so, you know, the residents could maybe host different things that could be open to the community and things like that, but it wouldn't necessarily be like an open space for others to kind of, do, but we did talk about even, things in terms of some of the logistics around like how people would sign up for that space. And we also talked about, again, like where we can't name like different orgs, but we talked about some different examples so that they kind of knew about some of the possibilities here. And we also talked about like kind of timeline for outreach in terms of, wanting to make sure that that it wasn't just sitting there, but that there was some like forward outreach happening around this too.
We don't have to take too long on this one, since I already spoke to it during number one, Resident Governance Committee. The one example that we pulled from, I'm not sure how much, I guess maybe it is in the agenda notes of previous of our meetings, but we looked at a community organization, like a neighborhood group in Boston. And we just researched and borrowed different language, and we put it in there. I'm not sure if we made it in the final, but we put it in there sort of as like inspiration, but not for like people to take as their own mission or anything like that.
And the things I'll add for this too is just that, so we wanted them to, both be able to meet about like hosting social things, on site. But also, being able to be a space for if there are complaints, how do those get handled? As well as, hey, what if we want some other improvements, that there would be a space for that. And the other thing that we talked about too, and this is something that came up in conversations with staff, particularly around thinking about for the city, as we think about different possibilities that open up with people being in that site, that having a group that is well organized and connected to the residents actually could help the city to be able to go for different kind of grants or funding at the county level, because you'd be able to actually build public participation, which is harder in that space, even though there's a lot of need, because obviously, again, it's already highlighted as an area where they want resources, but without public participation, you're not going to be getting CDBG grants, block grants. It's harder to get those because they come with requirements for public engagement. And so that was another thing that we saw this as, even though this is within the internal structure, the internal community there, that there's actually a benefit for the wider city, because some of the things that we talked about, for instance, in terms of pedestrian barriers around on the floors or things like that, are things that there is funding for, but without public participation, you're not able to really qualify for those. The other thing I'll say about this too, is that it's not just like a committee in name, but that we were able to also get funding for the committee to do its work and to do outreach. And so we named $1,000 a year as a budget that they'd be able to have as a committee to actually do programming.
IPSI area targeted promotions. We talked and learned a lot about the Mr. rules with this too, and figured out that it is acceptable to do not necessarily early promotion, but open it up to IPSI Township, like the immediate several communities first.
And so one of the things as part of the work was actually Joe went and had a conversation with folks at Fair Housing as an example, to actually get a sense of what is possible in this space. And so learn that, I mean, no surprise, the city of Ypsilanti has a lot of the population that is that oftentimes is shut out of fair housing in different ways. And so they really were able to sorry, lost my train of thought. But to think about that it actually doesn't go against fair housing standards and rules to have targeted for the city of Ypsilanti because of the population here. And so so that we could likely be able to do some different things that would help people to be able to, again, be able to get into that space. Who currently live here and currently are maybe in danger of being priced out.
on site, we asked for energy and air quality and radon and mold, obviously not mitigation, because these are gonna be new properties, and also they're not going to have basements, and so we talked a while about the radon will probably be less of an issue, but there are some things that have to do with quality of life that landlords are not necessarily responsible for in the city, like radon testing. And so we asked if the property management would do regular energy and air quality assessments, and mold assessments, and just to be very targeted with this, and to also provide things for the residents as they became available. So I know this, Ypsilanti Township has a month where they give free radon tests. And there's things that, the property is LEED certified, right? It's gonna,
National Green Building.
National Green Building certified, that's right. So it will come already with a lot of things in place to decrease electric bills. But we did talk about weatherization kits and things like that that could be provided for free or at a benefit to the residents consistently year after year, even education relative to these things in terms of making a safer home.
Just a couple of quick things to add. One of the things that we talked about as an example is that, again, this was something that we found when we did our research around housing affordability and accessibility, which is, looking at mold is the big issue that a lot of folks have had in their rental properties. I mean, and there is no standard about like how much mold is enough mold. And so it makes it hard to actually regulate in terms of removal or mitigation. And so we wanted to put this forward just up front, that this would not be something that would kind of fall to the wayside. And so we wanted to name that. And the other thing, just like a connection again, back to another area, something that we talked about during our meetings were, so we talked about things like solar and things like that too. And one of the pieces that came up was that, for instance, the resident council could, organize this and say, hey, we would like to look at this as an enhancement to this building and be able to take that to management and to the ownership, at a future date or something like that. And that there might be changes in terms of, different benefits or incentives that happen, at the state or federal level that might make that something that could happen. And so, just again, tying together that there's, this ongoing possibility around these areas. All right, so the next benefit, so when thinking about some of the different jobs that would be created, so we did talk about, the numbers. We talked about kind of the number, what the positions would be, kind of getting a sense of like the pay, and really thinking about how we already have a prevailing wage ordinance and things of that sort. But one of the things that we wanted to do to kind of take it again another step further is to think about the population and how to become a sponsor for those who are formerly incarcerated or with felony charges. And so really, not only kind of being like, okay, we will hire folks, but really looking at the language around sponsorship, which might actually include other ways to support folks, like, or do folks have a hard time getting to work? What kind of mentorship might they need? How do we actually think about building skills? And so that language was actually taken from folks with the Michigan Coalition to End Mass Incarceration, so my SEMI. And so kind of pulling again from that and thinking about our population, which we have a lot of folks who have been just as involved in the city. And so wanting to open up those possibilities, not only for work on a construction crew, but for those ongoing long-term jobs that would happen within management. So this was something, so as the Peninsular Dam comes down, that would, because of the location, that there might likely be some changes there. And so just kind of creating a future easement agreement. So if there's possibilities of building along the waterfront or different things like that, that would be an easier process for the city in terms of having one property owner already on board, so.
I think you can hit once more. I think they all show up at once.
And then, one of the things that we, talked about, is that there were a number of agreements with the owner, developer directly, but then also some things that would be related to the city in terms of the development. And so we wanted to kind of pull some of those out here. So one is thinking about beautification and maintenance, along in that area along LaForge. And so we talked about trash and recycling receptacles and how that's something that could be added to the DPS route in terms of maintaining those. One of the other things we talked about, so we know that within the plan, there already is a desire to create a bus stop on Clark. But we were also thinking about, you know, again, like thinking about the surrounding area of LaForge and having a covered bus stop. And so we thought there could be also possibilities as the AATA is in the midst of their long range plan. And also especially as they talk about equity within that and thinking about how they're gonna prioritize what things can have to happen. That we wanted to put this on the agenda, of the space to have a covered bus stop. Again, this is the CDBG funding to add pedestrian barriers. Again, more safety for folks who might be walking in that area now, and especially with development, other kind of things that might grow in that area, that we expect to then see more pedestrian traffic in that space. Adding information about the Peninsular Dam project. So just a way, just like having more spaces and, you know, to continue to educate the community about what's going on and what's happening there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Thanks.
and then this one is again tied to in terms of thinking about more units at lower AMI. That for the city, we recognize that this development is really the city's investment in new affordable housing for our full community to counter the effects of gentrification, especially for folks who are low income, who live alone or with unrelated adults, families and seniors. And that this would also look like accepting the lower payment in lieu of taxes of 3% as opposed to 5%. And really believing that this investment would be huge for the community and really huge as a vote of confidence that the people who would live in this development would be able to bring other benefit and resources to the city overall and would contribute really fiscally in different ways, so.
And I just want to say one thing, kind of, we're going to open it up to questions and comments and concerns next, but when we were looking it up, a lot of the language, it feels inside out when you're going through this process. So we kept talking about like how much the city will lose if the pilot, blah, 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 blah. But I looked up this recently, and right now the city makes less than, I don't know, $18,000 a year on that property. So I understand that kind of inverted way to think about future loss against budget. And I recognize that I'm certainly blind to several things that you all have to consider with this. However, just keep in mind that right now it's sitting there collecting less than $20,000 a year. Obviously, it has many other benefits as being an undisturbed part of the watershed, and I don't want to underestimate that. But if we are talking about developing, and it's going to get developed no matter what, right now it still is making significantly less than it would make per year with the pilot, even at the 3%.
And then I think the other thing I'll say around this, which is something that came up during some of our committee conversations, It's kind of hard really to think about, but, you know, I think it's important to think about, when people think about, yes, you know, we might want a development, but not this development. When people say like, if it were a full, you know, market rate development, that we would be happy with that, but because it's an affordable housing development, we're not happy with that. I just want us to not mince words and to also recognize what that means and and look at that fully. And whether we want to subscribe to that overall as a city. And to know that the kind of developments that we need, that, you know, why would we wait for something that we may never get, but then also that again is naming specifically to be for people who don't live here. And so to recognize that, I think that that's the end of our presentation. Yeah, so happy to answer questions or things that y'all might have, both to this or to any of the other materials that we submitted.
I just have a comment. Thank you for the presentation and for all the hard work. I did hear that your meeting went till midnight that night.
We had pizza.
Yeah, good. We did have pizza last night. So I've been part of another CEA process. It's super confusing and I feel like there's just a lot of circling around the same idea or concept. And I think it's hard. So thank you for doing that and for the presentation. I think that the benefits as presented are very thoughtful. I like the accountability mechanisms. I appreciate the emphasis on affordability. I think that we have a lot of work to do to be prepared for the next 10 and 20 years of the climate crisis, which means we need more housing. I also just like really appreciate the mention of folks who have past convictions and how to make sure that this space offers opportunity there. So those are just, I don't really have any questions. I think that the details are enough for me, but I just think that thank you for being the first to go through this process. It's super complicated and confusing. I think it's cool when community can work with someone from the outside to make something like this happen. So I'm excited to see this come to fruition. And that's all I have to say.
I just like to say, to thank you and the members of the committee for the time and effort that you put in. It is a well written presentation, and I heard often from Council Member Wilcoxon the real work. And I think you all had 2 or 3 late meetings, long meetings on this. So thank you very much for it. So, is there anyone else from council that wants, Mr. Morgan?
Well, I do want to say thank you for this arduous process of jealously representing your citizens. It seems as if you guys are very compassionate. Well, yeah, I do want to, in all the meetings, is it correct that you didn't have any public comment in any of the meetings?
There were a few public comments,
Okay,
maybe 4 the whole time.
okay. Again, I appreciate the makeup of the committee. I think you all, the expertise of the citizens benefited. Again, for some of the people in even future potential residents, people who live around the area, I don't know if it was whose job it was, probably to do some outreach, but it would have been really nice to hear more community input about that. But I do think the committee did a great job of getting everything under the kitchen sink in here. That would be helpful. The safety and security of the place come up at all?
Yeah, do you mean, can you,
Like in that area of Alpha Fort, there's like 4 or 5 other community
yeah,
apartments that have their own issues that you see. So, and how they're patrolled, and how they interact with their, some people own buildings, but then some people property management. So does the owner have to agree to this, or do the people who manage the property agree to this?
well, both actually, because,
Okay.
so we spent a lot of time learning about the relationship between the developer and the property manager, and that might be something that they want to speak to actually, because, we sort of, there was mixed reviews of the suggested property management company. That said, they've worked with this property management company for a very long time. And so there's, oh, sorry. So, yeah, so basically the property owners have to agree to it and then they ask the property managers then to adhere to it as well, is my understanding.
And one of the things I'll just say too, so as we talked about kind of property management accountability, because one of the things was we were first like, hey, how about just a different property management company? Hey, what about a nonprofit that, so we did talk about a lot of different examples. But then we decided to kind of go through like, what are some of the things that are important, so even if we're not in a position to determine who the property management company would be, that we can say, what are the things that we want in terms of that relationship, and that the owner, through their kind of relationship asset work, and those departments would help to bring that to the case. And so that's why, for instance, on the resident council, that they would have, ownership as well as the property manager, property management as part of that, right? So that there is still that really clear link and tie.
The other thing too is actually, because you're making me think, we did not talk very much about like patrolling the area, the effect on the safety services in the city for the budget. I'm sure that's on your mind as well. But we did talk about part of our motivation for wanting to really put in here benefits for the quality of life long-term in the development was partially because of the properties surrounding it. So I won't call anybody out specifically, but there's properties right near to that house hundreds and hundreds of people. And you can barely drive through them because the cement's so broken up, and you can barely park that back there without getting a tip. There was a whole lot of issues in the surrounding area with those apartments. And just for the record, again, it wasn't that we were approaching it like it was the people who are living there not dealing with it, but we hold totally accountable the city as well as the property owners of those places. So that doesn't really answer your question about security, except that part of our overall motivation was to make it a very high quality of life, somewhere that people want to live and stay, in hopes that that would also help create like a good, chill environment that people wanted to be a part of.
I have one comment and then I have a question at the end. When I think about the lens of the CBO, right, you got citizens who have specific needs, who like want higher quality of life, want affordable housing. And you have developers who have a lens of wanting to make money while trying to be fair, while wanting to adhere to some of the needs of the citizens. And so you have to switch hats sometimes to see at the bargaining table. Were there any models around here that you've seen or heard of that represents any of the things that you're asking for from the CBO? And it, being the first of its kind and taking the lead on it, so we could be being pioneers here, but are there any portion, like with the senior aspect or the certain intentional spaces, are there any places around here that kind of resembles what you're looking for, or is this the first of its kind?
You want to talk to it a little bit?
Sure. I mean, obviously the CBO, like this kind of process is its own thing, but I think that some of the different things that we look to put into this are not necessarily all brand new. So for instance, like I said already, I'm just gonna kind of go through these. When thinking about the sponsorship for formerly incarcerated, like I said, like that was something that came up front through my semi as an example. Thinking about on-site tutoring community spaces, this is something that in places like Peace neighborhoods and different spaces like that, where they do have on-site tutoring already there. The same thing we talked about, like a resident committee or council. There are different kind of tenants councils and tenants unions that are currently in the area that do some of these different things, but those are, and one of the things we talked about too as part of that is that while the residents council that we talked about, have representation from management and ownership, that the residents might also want to organize outside of that. And that we also wanted to make sure that they would not be penalized if they decided to do that. So like if they decided to join a larger tenants union, that is outside of the management purview, that is also something that would be, I mean, obviously allowable, but not punishment, that there wouldn't be punishment for that. And so that could be connecting with other kind of tenants organizing, property management accountability, I would say, I don't know that there's much of that, so we'll just skip over that. The targeted promotions are kind of thinking about how you might focus on population. We didn't have specific places that did that, but again, we kind of connected with fair housing around that specifically. Free pantry, free stores space, that is something that we're seeing. There's a lot of examples around the city, both at places like different churches, but then also in just like community, people are doing it outside their houses and things of that sort. We also talked about like Auntie Yvonne's spot, which is another free store. And so there's a lot of different spaces that we can connect to around that. And also with that, we talked about even like the model of Kiwanis in terms of like, how well run that is as a space, how clean and like all the things around that, and that's really run by people who are retired. And so we saw that as, again, a partnership that could happen with the senior housing space. And then I think, I'm just looking at the different tiers. Yeah, and then there's, yeah.
I was just gonna mention about the food pantry really quick, because we did, I know that there's a mix of concerns about that, and rightfully so. Like at the end of the day, if it's not tended to, it comes down to someone to clean it up. So Joe was helpful in thinking about like drawing on experiences that have happened in the city thus far, encouraged us to ask for a space where there could be refrigeration, ask for a designated space that, and then Kyle was actually able to work with the architecture to kind of like the architect to pin that down and find that. And so it can sound like kind of, I think sometimes sort of a unanchored idea when you're talking about a free food pantry. What is that even? But we did spend a lot of time talking about it and how to keep it clean and how to keep it fresh. So, and thank you for Joe, helped us think through that as well.
Thank you. More questions, Mayor?
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I think you all are very thorough, and I just wanted to echo, my colleagues and thank you all for your work on this. I had a chance to not only like kind of go back and watch some of the meetings, but talk to Kyle as well. And he was really, I was very pleased to hear how well you all collaborated together to kind of get this done. And so I just wanted to again echo, and I would, belabor many questions because you were very, very detailed, and I appreciate that too.
Thank you.
Oh, yes.
I just want to thank you both for doing the presentation. That was a lot of work in the meetings. And I want to thank Kyle too for all the conversations we had outside of the meetings, but for being willing to entertain these ideas and to do the homework and get back to this office. And everybody else on the committee as well for doing the homework and coming back.
Thank you. Anyone? Seeing that, I really do appreciate the thoroughness of this, and with it being the actual pilot for the CBOs going ordinance being carried through. I think you all did a fantastic job. I know that Desiree was actually on the ready group that wrote out the CBO and planned it out. So I'm sure that was also an asset in following through on it. I did have one question or one thing that I wanted to say, and I did mention it to Steve, and I mentioned it also to Kyle, is that I do appreciate that you made provision for returning citizens for employment. One of the things that I would like to see, and not sure that it's really fully in here, is that there would be an obligation to hire or work with local contractors. And I know that we do not have a lot of contractors right in the city, but we do have some very good contractors in Washtenaw County. And one of the things that the city needs and needs badly is good paying jobs. If we get enough good paying jobs, we will not have to keep saying that we need affordable housing. Because the reason we need affordable housing is that people do not make enough money in order to purchase the homes that are here. And talking to a realtor just last night, I was informed that we have a realtor sitting here that was saying, the person said to me that affordable housing right now is really 200,000 around there. That's, and I think Mr. Jones Chance could either say yay or nay to that, but this was one realtor that said that to me. But the problem is that we don't have enough jobs for people that live here that could make that, to afford that kind of home. So I think that was the only thing that I would have really liked to have seen more emphasis on. And I still would like it in the agreement is that the first choice for contractors would be those that are in here in Washington County.
So just to speak to that right quick, so a couple of quick things for it is one, within the CBO language, we saw that as being something that was already included, kind of as part of it. And also for sure, like totally encourage council to add more around that. We did spend time talking about that to the point of actually working to get a list of thinking about who are our local contractors. Like how many do we actually have that would be eligible, so we can pull it. So we did pull together a list as part of that, which Kyle would have gotten as part of that process too. And so yes, we very much are about prioritizing those folks, but then we also talked about what does it look like for us to actually grow the number of contractors that are local, and what would it look like, you know, what kind of training and things of that sort. And so, you know, also talking about like the opportunity of growing our local contractor base, and also helping them to be eligible for doing different kinds of contracts with the government or different things like that too, that there's sometimes another barrier even, you know, for folks in that way.
I know the county does have a listing. Okay, Mr. Morgan, did you have something else, or you were just waving your hand? Okay. Okay, anyone else, any comments or? Okay, Ms. Simmons, yes.
Oh, I just wanted to say thank you as well for all your hard work and coming to present today. Really appreciate it.
Okay, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you too.
And thank you for the presentation.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
So, council, as a part of this, there needs to be a public hearing.
What was that?
As a part of this, there needs to be a public hearing. For the-
Yes, thank you. Come back to look at the agenda. Okay, and I believe, Mr. Wilcoxon, do you have, the public hearing is open. You have the closing.
I have to close.
We're gonna open it now. Okay. Yes, Ms. Bell.
Can you hear me? Okay. So thank you to the Clark Road CBO committee, first of its kind. It's really awesome to see what they came up with. Mayor, I just wanted to point out, I mean, your comment about affordable housing is a little disappointing to me. I mean, right now, houses are selling for over $300,000. Do you have $300,000, Mayor?
No, I don't.
Okay, I mean,
Right.
so you were able to purchase a home within a range that's affordable to you at a certain time, and that's just not the case anymore. I want to just bring attention to something that Joe Myers, our staff, said yesterday. He referenced the fact that Ypsilanti has had an 8% reduction in Black residents. And that's a policy decision. That's a policy decision, it's a failure. So if you're not going to, you know, do something that's beyond the status quo, you're gonna see that same drop off. You're going to be the people that are contributing to the gentrification of the city of Ypsilanti. It is a policy decision not to build housing or to create housing or to regulate housing that would be affordable to people that live here. And affordable to people that are from longstanding communities of marginalized identities. So yeah, the housing has to be affordable because that's a policy decision. So I highly suggest that you take this CBA into deep consideration, especially the affordability piece. And yeah. I think I also just wanted to mention that, you know, you have budget considerations coming up. We're in a budget shortfall because of some of the policy decisions that were made last year. And, you know, I believe that some of that budget should go into the housing trust so that we can put that for more housing in the future that's affordable to people that live here. Especially in consideration of the 8% drop off in Black residents, instead of putting money into policing to police those Black residents that are remaining, putting into, you know, resources, housing, jobs to keep people employed and housed. Yeah, I just want to say the only thing I would add to the CBA agreement is some sort of accountability piece. The thing that I worry about is Cross Street Village situation. I hope that we can learn from that. So if for some reason the developer changes its business model 15 years from now, it is no longer a housing, affordable housing developer, they still own the land, but they want to go to market rate, there would be a mechanism to get back that land because it was backed by public dollars. So I just ask you to entertain some sort of clawback provision or some sort of penalty, so there's a consequence, and so they have to follow through with their agreement.
Thank you, Ms. Melvin. Anyone else? Ms. Melvin, please. Good to see you, Steve.
Hello, everybody. I was here 2 weeks ago. I was asking to have the police chief and the human council to come and have a meeting in our building to make sure that everybody is safe and secure in the building. Well, things haven't changed and they've kind of went downhill. Management fired the 2 maintenance guys. Now management says, well, you can only have the laundry room from 8 to 5, Monday to Friday. Well, people that work from 8 to 5, when are they going to do the laundry? They have an inspection scheduled for tomorrow. Well, we got 2 months or 2 years of wash started up. That's one thing. The other thing is the building to switch the intercom system to a telephone system. And in the meantime, November, Washington Sheriff's Department switched from 3Gs to 5Gs. So now when a person comes into our lobby, wants to push a button, nobody's going to answer it. Only if you give the landlord your cell phone number, which is an invasion of our privacy. I'm paying for that phone. And so the intercom system is going to be set up to go all the way up to the 11th floor. So the person up there can push a button and says, okay, who's in the lobby? And they used to be able to go to channel 12 or channel 19 and see the lobby, so we knew who we let in. But now, all gone. Now, the other side of the phone system is, as of Friday night, I cannot use my phone because we had strangers sleeping in the hallway. I was going to call 911. Well, that didn't work, so I went over to the police department and filed a report. Well, I came back yesterday to the police department, and the policeman says, well, just contact your phone. Well, my phone company is connected to the Internet Essentials, the $9.95 for low-income people. You get free internet and free phone. Well, I got on the computer and nobody moved. But Comcast could call me, but I couldn't call nobody. I had to use my neighbor's phone to call my son, said, don't worry about your mom, I'm okay, the phone is screwed up. I went to a whole bunch of stuff today. Matter of fact, I guess you just mentioned Memorial Day before I came in. Well, we have 40 veterans in our building. So I figured we make it nice for them and memorize it or memorialize it. One of the fellows sent ground cover magazines, you know, for $1. I've been doing it for like 8 years. So I put it on my board, you know, here Mike, what he does. And I went over to the library and I was like, to get more of these veteran benefits books or booklets. Well, the clerk says, oh, how many do you want? I said 10. Oh, no, you can only have 2. I said, what do you mean 2? He said, the citizen of Ypsilanti paid for it. I told him, yeah, the soldiers overseas are dying for it. My husband did 2 tours in Korea, in Vietnam and in Korea. My kids grew up without their father, and I only can have 2. Sorry about that.
It's okay, Sigrid, thank you very much for
No,
coming in.
plus, since our landlord is raising the rent and kind of screwed up, we want Ipsy Housing Commission to take over that building. We don't want any more out-of-state landlord. They're in Cleveland, Ohio. It's a hot building. Let's bring it into Ipsy and keep it here. Because this out-of-state, they don't come. Landscaping, right?
Sigrid, that your 3 minutes were, the buzzer went
My
off.
3 minutes?
Yeah, I have been trying to call you. I'm glad to know that your phone is not working.
Right.
I was even in the building trying to contact you
Yeah.
by pushing the buzzer. So I will definitely reach out to you tomorrow, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Sorry about telling you all the good news, but that's only half. My whole day is changing. Like I got the hospital, they didn't give me my discharge papers. So I had to get to refill my prescription. I had to go all over town. Why is
Sorry
everybody
about
picking on me? My name's not Charlie Brown.
Love you.
Thank you
Sigrid.
very much.
Thank you.
Life in a small city.
All
Thank
right,
you.
love you. I will reach out to you tomorrow. Thank you. Okay, are there any other, is there anyone else that wants to make comment regarding the presentation? Ms. Simmons.
All right, so I know I was representing the committee before, so I just wanted to say a couple of things on my own. So a couple of, one is that, you know, I know we had talked about the rent control preemption, and other times I've been in council, and recognizing that affordable housing is the one area where we can practice rent control. And so we should use all of our abilities to do so because it is necessary and needed here. When thinking about affordable housing, I think about also some of the other affordable housing developments that we have that are not already, that were already grandfathered into the old rules, who will be coming up into market rate soon. And the people who are in those places have nowhere to go. Wouldn't it be great if there was already an affordable housing development that they would be able to transition into? The answer is yes, that would be great. And so that's something, that's a reality. We already saw this with Cross Street Village and the heartbreak of people having to leave. And we know that this is happening, it is coming up again. So how are we preparing as a city for that eventuality? The other thing is when thinking about why we need affordable housing, of course, there are larger systems at play. We have to look at, you know, it's not only having jobs, it's also like the quality of the jobs and whether they're union jobs, whether they're cooperatives where people are able to really actually earn what is necessary to be able to keep up with upping prices. But it's also overall capitalism, of course, because we have to also imagine what's happening here now. what's happening here now is that we have 1 to 2 landlords who are creating the pricing for all rentals within the city, which are continually going up. We also have some of those same people investing as well as bringing other people into the city to put up money so that when a house actually goes to market, that they're able to get it for cash to then turn it into a rental. And so when we talk about why we need affordable housing, there's nowhere for people to go because it's being bought up by people who are looking to continue to keep people in a space where they're not able to build their own equity and aren't able to actually become economically mobile. And that is something that we are doing, again, thinking about policy. And so we actually are creating the need for affordable housing, and it's not going to change, I think, just by people, you know, being able to pick up another second or third job. It's only going to change by us having opportunities for folks to be able to pay lower rent, maybe actually be able to save money and be able to have home place to be able to transition into. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Amen.
Hello.
Hello.
I said before, I'm pretty excited about this project. It is 100% affordable in air quotes. The affordability is based on area median income, which is a thing that I've learned a lot about over the last 6 weeks or so. And one of the things I've learned is that we are lumped into the city of Ann Arbor when it comes to deciding what that number is. Because of that, the area median income for a single person is like $80,000, which is insane. It's not IPSC affordable. That's not IPSC real. What I think that this group has done very thoughtfully through the Clark Street CBA committee process is they very intentionally brought more units down to 40%, 50% AMI. Without having done that, if they had they not done that piece, these would not be IPSC affordable. But they have brought more of those units to actually be IPSC affordable. And to me, that's incredibly important. So if nothing else stays in this agreement, that piece is just number one. I think that the statistic that was cited earlier that there's been an 8% reduction in Black folks in our city is troubling. Amber put it well when she said it's a policy decision. So we have opportunities at this table to keep IPSC affordable for the people who live here. And as I said before, the people who want to be part of our community and invest in this community and grow in this community. And having places to live in a cool place like this one that it really seems like a great place to live is going to do wonderful things for our city overall. I'm grateful again to the Clark Street CBO committee for their thoughtful work, specifically in the space of affordability and in looking at other ways to make this project useful for the community.
Thank you. Mr. Myers.
I normally don't get to come up and speak in public comment, but in looking at the agenda, I was trying to figure out the best way to do it. The only thing that I have to add to everything that was said today was, in going through the agreement with Carl Barr, and I put a memo into it, but I just want to make it very clear. There was some misinformation that I received about how pilot worked. And so to be very open and upfront and honest about that, we have found a way in working with the developer to still get the same amount of money into the city's revenues through an emergency services agreement. However, it is a little different than the pilot agreement, but it still goes with the pilot agreement. So I just wanted to make it very clear that everyone knows why that memo was there and what happened, and everything should function exactly the same, except for the pilot will be reduced to about $100 a year or $1 a year. And there will be an emergency agreement, services agreement to the amount council sends. Does anyone have any questions about that? I know that's a little weird. I just want to be fully upfront about that.
Tell us a little bit more about the emergency services.
Yeah, so an emergency services agreement is essentially that the city can enter into an emergency service agreement with a developer providing affordable housing to provide emergency services at a cost to be determined between the two individuals. We have one currently for Chittister Place, so it's not uncommon for the city to do these things. According to Mr. Barr's office, it is fully legal according to Dial and his lawyer. Everything is the same. It's just called a little something.
Sorry.
It's on page 20 of your packet.
Oh, I didn't.
Yes.
It's a memo in the packet.
Memo in the packet.
Okay, yeah.
So the discussion will happen at our next meeting. I'm just telling you about this right now, and I have 58 more seconds to make sure everyone knows upfront about that, because I don't want to think that anything was changed slightly. It was potentially a way to figure it out, because the pilot is actually allocated based on the tenants and jurisdictions. So I have, don't have any questions. I know it's weird and I have time limits, but I can answer any question after the meeting as well.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Is there anyone else for the public hearing? All right, seeing none.
I'll check if anyone is attending virtually, please raise your hand if you'd like to participate in this public comment. You'll have 3 minutes to address council. No hands are raised.
Mr. Wilcox.
All right, good indeed. Resolution number 2022-103, resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti that the public hearing to consider the community benefits agreement for the proposed 945 Clark development be officially closed. And I so move.
Hold on 1 second. Two people just raised their hand.
Oh, okay.
I rescind that.
The first individual with their hand raised is Sally Lusk. I'll allow them to speak now. You have 3 minutes to address council. Sally, you'll need to unmute yourself. Sally, you'll need to unmute yourself.
Yes, I just did. John was having some technological problems, so I raised my hand for him.
Use your machine. I can't get my audio.
No, he can't get his audio to work, so he's going to use my machine. So here he is.
Thank you. My name is John Lusk, 1111 West Clark. Consider this the minority report on the CBO committee, which I was on. I felt the people that were on it were dedicated people who asked good questions, but in my opinion, they took the wrong direction. I was really heartsickened when what they proposed cost the city even more money. They want to cut make the houses more affordable by cutting what the city gets. And I tried to fight it, but unfortunately didn't. So I don't really think that the community itself really gets benefit unless you decide you want to twist it by saying, well, the community benefit is the fact that it's got affordable housing. That is the only way. It costs the community more money because they gave away a lot. I mean, I even suggested, well, why don't you just cut it to zero that the city gets if you're going to cut it that much? But they realized the folly of that move. So you start with a 5% pilot, and then you cut it in half, or you cut it severely. And I don't think that's right. And I don't think the city can afford it. And so I think that I'm hoping the city council will readjust the priorities on this committee. And perhaps we should have had a written statement about really what our goal is. And we just drifted, in my opinion, drifted wildly. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Is there anyone else virtually?
No other hands are raised.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now Mr. Wilcox.
Resolution number 2022-103, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the public hearing to consider the community benefits agreement for the proposed 945 Clark development be officially closed.
It's been moved and supported. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. The public comment officially closed. We have Mr. Brazier here. Would you like to have something to say to us?
Happy to. I'll keep it brief. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members. of the
Good evening.
My name is Kyle Brasser. I'm a developer with Lincoln Avenue Capital. I was a developer that served on the committee with Desiree and Lisa and John, who just spoke, and several others from the community. And I just want to echo a lot of what you heard from Desiree and Lisa, that I really appreciated what a collaborative process this was. I've engaged in a lot of public engagement in various forms of development before, and nothing quite like this. I know it's the first time the city's been through this as well. And what I found was a group of community members that were dedicated to the community and to bringing forth a beneficial development that would bring a lot of good in the community. And I commend them for sticking with the process and being collaborative, and just want to thank them for what they had to add today. I'm here to answer any questions that any of you have, but I don't want to extend any further because I know there's more on the agenda. So thank you for your consideration and for your time. I'm here for any questions that you have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions or comments for Mr. Brazier?
I'm always interested in hearing the opposite, like Mr. Lusk is like, seemed like he's you heard a lot of things going in one direction, and that's the only thing you hear going in the opposite direction, which gives it some credibility, or at least the way to be. Is there any credibility to what he was saying as far as the city not getting enough, like losing out?
So I would view it as this. There's an undeveloped parcel of property that the city has guided for multifamily, high density multifamily development. It has never been developed. The highest and best use for that, for the property, for the residents, and for the city as a taxing authority, is to see it developed. There is during this community benefits pilot process, there was a concept of what does the city receive from this property if there were no pilot? And then what does the city receive? So if full property taxes were levied, and then what does the city receive if there's a pilot? The kind of the fallacy that I see in that discussion, in that argument, is that the first one, what does the city receive as a full development, full taxes, doesn't happen, isn't possible, because especially as developing it as affordable housing here, those numbers don't work. There's a huge financing gap. The development's not feasible and it remains undeveloped. So really what we need to look at is currently what is the property generating for the city. And it was, I think Lisa mentioned it's about $18,000 a year, which is correct. That's how much property tax is levied. The city sees about 7 or 8 of that, I believe. So the city receives about $7,000 of property taxes compared to what it will receive as a result of this development, which is going to be several hundred thousand. But the exact number, I guess, is still a little bit to be determined. So, I mean, I think that's how I would respond to the economic consideration. I think, that individual looking at it through a narrow lens, and the broader question is sort of what's the highest and best use for the property.
Now, this is my last comment. I think there's a scale between what the city could potentially make, what it hasn't made on the property, leaving it just like that, versus us being in a contract that would expire in 15 years and allow something different to happen to generations of Ypsilantians. And that's the scale that we're debating. But I appreciate you so much for being here and answering all the questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Any more other questions or comments? All right, thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Ms. Summerhill.
I don't have a question or comment for Kyle. Thank you, Kyle. Just overall, but I guess just like want to uplift the fact that to me, increasing affordability and options for housing and keeping people housed in Ypsilanti is totally worth the trade-off here. I just want that to be like in the record. I think the committee did a really great job, and I'm really glad that it was affordability centered. It's been mentioned a few times. We have the ability to set policy at this table to change the trajectory that we're seeing in a community like ours. So to me, centering affordability in the best ways possible is worth it to me. So I just wanted to uplift that idea. This is not about this is about creating spaces for people to still just exist and thrive and have a place to just live in our community. So I just want to uplift that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any other questions or comments? Mr. Jones Chan.
Yeah, I actually want to echo what Ms. Somerville said. People are more important than money, and we're gaining in this scenario. So that whole argument doesn't make a ton of sense to me. I also had a question though. There seems to be some confusion about how LIHTC works now, and I wonder if someone could clarify that for us versus how it worked in the past with the expiration of.
Try.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful for someone to explain how LIHTC worked in the past and how it works now in terms of expiration of affordability.
Yeah, so in talking about Cross Street Village, I think that's the main one that everyone comes to think about. LIHTC is a low-income housing tax credit that is given by the federal government, but it is awarded by the state government. And in the early 2000s, there was a very small point where MISTA allowed for LIHTC developments to have a 15-year opt-out clause. So after 15 years, a developer could try to sell it, they could sell it for whatever they wanted, and if they didn't sell it, then they could convert it into market rate housing. Shortly after Cross Street Village was approved, that loophole was closed. So essentially all MISTA LIHTC developments have to be affordable for 30 years. Okay, so this one has to be for 30 years, and Lincoln Avenue Capital, who has owned all the properties, I believe you have never sold one of your properties, is that correct? Or maybe you have, I don't know.
We're a long-term.
Yeah, they're a long-term owner, so they have, their goal is to be at the long-term longer than 30 years. But after 30 years, there's ability to refinance in order to upgrade the home, similar to what we did at New Park Ridge and at Hamilton Crossing. So that's why you can get a new tax credit after 30 years. And so what happened with Cross Street Village was a disaster. And it really put a lot of people who were in guaranteed affordable rates not into affordable rates. Those loopholes, from what MISTA assures me, have been closed. And MISTA has worked out those things. The city did not set a policy allowing that. That was a MISTA set policy at that time.
Right, and just so it was clear, that no longer exists.
Correct.
No longer exists, or it's 30 instead of 15.
It's 30 instead of 15. And the reason why it's only 30 is buildings need to be refreshed after 30 years. And so the longest incentive MISTA will actually, per the law, 50 years is the maximum affordability period at anything. Maximum. We learned that going through.
Say 50 is the maximum for affordability.
Yeah, before it has to be renewed. Yes.
Okay, so for the 30 year, can you just explain to me this scenario? So this gets approved, there's a 30-year affordability built in, year 30 gets here, the developers could refinance to make upgrades and costs could increase. Is there a limit to how much cost can increase?
So long as it's an affordable housing development, it'll stay at the HUD levels of 60 and 40%.
Okay, no matter what, even after 30 years.
For 30 years, things have to be reapproved. The city would have to reapprove a pilot. But I believe the point of the pilot is so long as it stays affordable, the pilot stays. That's right.
Say that again.
So long as that after 30 years, if the units stay affordable, the pilot will stay in it. So once, if the units ever transition out of affordability, which the plan is for that not to happen, the pilot will stay. So as long as it's meeting HUD emission affordability requirements and the city's requirements, will stay in effect. And this is the same as all of our affordable units.
All right, so not to put too fine a point on it, but if at the end of 30 years they wanted to become market rate, that would require them to find different financing at their current rental rates. That would, that would value the building at their current rental rates at a high enough value where they would feel that it's worth it to take it and lose the pilot benefits.
Immediately.
Right, and I think that is a scenario that's, I can't say what's gonna happen in 30 years, but I think that's probably not gonna happen. But who knows about life, it could happen.
The only unit that's happened in, well, we've seen units come out of affordability in the city after the 30 years, but most of them, Chittister Place Town Center, are the two oldest that have maintained affordability, which have issues and we're working on.
I guess what I'm saying is there's a lot that would have to happen in order for that math to make sense and for it to not be affordable after 30 years.
Correct.
Just for-
No, I think it's good for us to talk.
And to be very honest,
But remember, it did happen across the though.
that was after 15.
Yeah, I know that was a 15, I know it was 15.
And it was meant to be a
Same
30.
as the 30.
It was meant to be a 30. They found a loophole that was closed well before they took advantage of it.
That loophole doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Any other questions, comments?
Just need to, just give me a working definition for affordability.
Affordability is 60% or under of estimated income as defined by Michigan for Washington County.
And it's the area A&I for Washington County as opposed to Ypsilanti.
Correct.
I guess what's closer to like the actual for the city of Ipsy is like 40%. Yeah.
40, 50, because 40,
Yeah, but like-
I have, yes.
When I looked it up the other day, it was 39 something.
It depends on how many people in your family.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of, as Annie and Steve have learned, there's a lot of, but when it comes to all of these numbers. And so that's where the developers don't want to.
And you're speaking.
Sorry. So the developer's going for a per room based on the affordability because of how it works out. Because there's a number of people in a family or by room for affordability. And typically with these developments, always with these developments, it's by room. Sorry for speaking. I normally don't talk about kids speaking too quiet. Thank you for your patience. Staff has learned a lot about affordable housing over the last 6 months and we'll continue to learn. We work heavily with Washington County to help us and they are the experts. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. And once again, thank you for the presentation. Okay, nothing else on 945. Let's move on to the consent agenda. There's nothing, we don't vote on that.
What's it?
I was gonna ask that.
Yeah.
Next resolution, if you're ready, Ben.
Pardon? sir.
I said I have the next resolution. If you're ready for that. Resolution number 2022-113. Resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti, the following items be approved. Resolution number 2022-114, approving the minutes of May 10th, 2022. Resolution number 2022-115, adopting ordinance 1393, an ordinance entitled Child Care Center as permissible use in CNSF, CN mid, and CN zoning districts. And I so move.
It's been moved and supported. Would you call the roll, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Somerville,
Yes.
Mayor Richardson,
Yes.
Councilmember Morgan,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Mr. Jones Chance.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilcoxen,
Yes.
7 yes, the motion carries.
All right, thank you. Moving on to resolutions, motions, and discussion. Resolution 2022-116. And I believe you have that, Mr. Wilcoxen, but I would like to, I have a statement that I'd like to make before you read the resolution. In addition to the resolution that will follow, we want to add a personal heartfelt condolences to the people of Buffalo, not just the families of the victims, but of all of the citizens of Buffalo. We believe were that to happen here, that we care enough in Ypsilanti that we will all be grieving. We have come a long way in this nation, but incidents such as this lets us know how far we still have to go. Racism has been declared a public health crisis. Tonight, we recognize that racism is a serious disease that kills and kills and kills. It behooves each of us to go to dig deep, do a deep heart and mind searching to discover if it is hiding and lurking inside of us. The cure is us all working together. We must out when we see it or hear it. We must be willing to acknowledge we have it and have a strong desire to overcome. Right now, Black, brown, and Jewish people have targets on our backs. We must not be intimidated, but we must unite. Live circumspectly, keep our eyes and ears open. We need the larger white community standing with us. Sadly, we must teach our children that everyone does not like them, but they are beautiful, smart, and can be anything they want to be. The only way that racism will be destroyed is that we each stand firmly and declare racism, you stop here. We have no place and part here in my life, in my home, in my city. And as we stand together and to declare that, we can begin to see racism wiped out. And love truly is the answer. Racism has its roots in hatred. And the only thing that can defeat hate is love. Mr. Wilcox.
Resolution number 2022-116, resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti, whereas on May 14th, 2022, at roughly 2:30 p.m., an armed white supremacist forever changed the fabric of so many Buffalo, New York families, and whereas a gunman opened fire, killing 10 and injuring another 3, and whereas Aaron Salter, Ruth Whitfield, Pearlie Young, Catherine Massey, Deacon Hayward Patterson, Celestine Cheney, Roberta Drury, Marcus Morrison, Andre McNeil, and Geraldine Talley lost their lives. And whereas the gunman was intertwined in white supremacist ideology, becoming indoctrinated through online content, and whereas white supremacy is an illness that must be destroyed and cannot be allowed to prosper in this country and abroad, and whereas all humanity must focus on what brings us together as people and denounce those that are driving us apart, and whereas common sense gun laws must be enacted
making it more difficult for those that have made violent threats from us accessing the tools to carry out those atrocious crimes. Whereas we put forth to our commitment to sensible legislation to stem gun violence, including universal background checks, banning civilian ownership of assault and military type weapons, blocking access to guns by those who have been found in a court of law to be dangerous to themselves or others, limiting the number of rounds that an ammunition magazine will fire and requiring a 3-day waiting period to purchase a gun, creating a national registry of gun ownership to aid law enforcement in tracking guns used illegally and studying the impact, causes, and cures of gun violence. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Ypsilanti mourn today with those grieved by this heinous act and vow to fight against those that wish to further propagate the goals of white supremacy. Be it further resolved that the City Council of the City of Ypsilanti direct the City Clerk to forward this resolution to the city's state and national representatives. Guys, move.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion, comments? Okay, seeing none, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Somerville,
Yes.
Mayor Richardson,
Yes.
Councilmember Morgan,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Mr. Jones Chance,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
Yes.
motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Yes,
Can I make a motion to amend the agenda?
to amend the agenda,
I'd like to move to bring resolution number 2022-129. I'd like to bring that forward now.
Mr. Barr, is it, we had a time to amend the agenda, is it permissible at this time?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
Okay, all right, yes.
Can we take a brief moment so that we can get this signed by everybody?
Yes, please.
What was the second on that agenda?
Oh, me, I'm sorry.
Sitting here. Doesn't have to wait until midnight.
Yes.
Oh, he's already set.
I'm sorry, Mr. Spinsky, I didn't notice that you were that far down on the agenda. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I know.
But would you wait until the last resolution has circulated, please? Needs to come to this.
Christopher need to be here for this?
Probably.
Can someone check it? Which one is? Okay.
Okay, Andrew.
I'm gonna read it.
Okay, now you can go, Miss. You hit yourself in the eye with that paper?
All right, resolution number 2022-129. Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas Grace Sweeney and Pete Murdoch were longtime Ypsilanti residents and leaders in the community, leaving behind a total of $73,149.50 to support new solar installations in the city. And whereas Dave Strensky has served as a leader in solar adoption and installation across the city of Ypsilanti and has volunteered to assist in the development and application of a solar rebate program aimed at boosting solar arrays on residential homes in the city. And now therefore be it resolved that this Ypsilanti City Council approves the solar rebate grant program allocating $80,000 for this purpose under the proposed rules as recommended. So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion, comments?
I'll add some comments now.
Yeah.
Based on what was in our packet, I think that this is great. I'm really pleased to see, us do something with what was left for this purpose. Grace was really excited about the solar panels that were on her property. And I just think it's good that this will help so many other residents, be able to have solar.
Thank you.
I just want to say, Mr. Strinsky, thank you for giving us the numbers too. Some of the statistics, and I wish they were more, like when you say 1.5 megawatts, and we're between Minnesota and Buffalo and per capita, right? What does that mean? But maybe we could, like, if we can make it visual for me, like, what can we do with that, right? But I appreciate it. So I know you use the top 5 places that but basically, I'm going to say thank you for your innovation. Thank you for your time and your commitment to solar and making us world renowned in that field. So could you give me a little visuals? I'm an artist, so.
So we're, Environment America makes this list. And if we were on that list, we would be in the 21st position in the nation on a watts per capita basis. So we're, I don't want to call it cheating, but we're small.
Okay, well.
But we're doing good. I mean, watts per capita, we're doing good. And the other thing that from what I've researched, I don't think any other Michigan city is doing any kind of a solar rebate program. And so I hope to make a lot of a noise about that.
Some pioneers in
So once again, we're leading the way in solar. So I think this is the only solar program in the state.
And when you say the fire department is fully solar, what does that mean? Like the electricity that goes through the fire department is running off the solar panels?
Yeah, so there's 228 panels up on that roof.
Wow, okay.
I forget the number, but when the old fire chief was here, we put up, forget the numbers, but a lot. And then he actually saw a savings over the 3 years, and then he says, well, let's go the whole way. And so we put up another 50 solar panels. And with net metering, they export during the day when they have excess power, but at night they buy power. But at the end of the year, they should be 100% solar power. So they should have generated as much energy as they have consumed, electrical energy, for the year.
Do you have any idea how much energy is being generated by the panels on City Hall here?
Tiny.
90?
Tiny.
Tiny?
Because they're very old. We've been doing this for 16 years now.
Right.
This is like the 3rd installation. So this is 2 kilowatts,
Okay.
whereas the fire station has like 30. Yeah, so these are old. And this building uses a lot of electricity.
So with them being old, are you saying that
The technology has just been growing tremendously. So the first panels I put up on co-op were 190 watts. So picture a panel that's this wide, this tall. And in 2005, that was $1,000 at 190 watts. Today, I can buy that same shape and it'll do 450 watts. It costs $200.
Oh.
Wow.
So it's just amazing. So solar installations these days are much bigger than ones in the past. So this was quite expensive. Because of that, it was small because we only had so much money.
So are you saying we need to maybe possibly consider changing those?
We could. We've got to find the money.
Right, yeah, but I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
Just want to say thanks, Dave. As Andy said, Grace really liked the solar panel.
And I don't know if you put it in the packet, but just to get the numbers right, so we're gonna have enough money to do 40 rebates. And of those 40 rebates, $2,000 is coming from Grace, and you guys are kicking in $6,000, I hope you know. And then Chris has got some block grant money, such that in the NEZ zone, or that zone, he's gonna kick in an extra $5,000. So we're gonna have 40 total. 30 of those will be $2,000, but 10 will be like $7,000, targeted for a low income neighborhood. to really encourage more solar to the people who can't afford it. If they can't afford it for two reasons is they're low income, but the other reason is that they don't pay taxes as much. So they actually miss out on the 26% federal income tax for solar because they're not making money, so they're not getting taxed on money. So this is good. I'm really happy. Thank you, Grace.
Yes. Yes, a very special thanks to Grace and to Pete for all that they've done.
And spread the word. If we can get more money, we can do more rebates.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Spinsky. Appreciate your work, all that you do. Thank you. Okay, that brings us back to resolution 2022-117, approving sponsorship of the water.
We still have to vote on that.
We didn't vote on that yet? No. Oh, I thought we did. Okay.
Mayor Richardson,
Yes.
Councilmember Morgan,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Mr. Jones Chance,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Somerville.
Yes.
All right.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. I'm sorry, we'll go to resolution 117. I guess I'm trying to hurry the meeting along.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Who has 117?
Resolution number 2022-117, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the City of Ypsilanti adopted a special events policy, and pursuant to the policy, the city may co-sponsor an event if it's of general interest to the public and advances the city's public image. And whereas this year, the repainting of Black Lives Matter mural will take place Saturday, June 4th and Sunday, June 5th on Black Lives Matter Boulevard. And whereas the event organizer for the repainting of the Black Lives Matter mural is requesting that the city be a co-sponsor of the street closure. And whereas City Council agrees that becoming a co-sponsor of the street closure to repaint the Black Lives Matter mural on Black Lives Matter Boulevard will be in the general interest of the public and advance the city's public image. Now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council approves the request to be a sponsor of the street closure to repaint the Black Lives Matter mural on Black Lives Matter Boulevard in the amount of underlined, and I so move.
Support. It's been moved and supported. Any questions, discussion? Ms. Somerville.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the mural get touched up after a year of car walking weather. And well, sorry. And I would like to
While she's searching, Mr. Jones Chance.
Yeah, I'd like to propose to fill in the blank with $2,000.
well, I was looking for the price, sorry.
Oh, you can add another, you can add another amount. We can have multiple amounts on the floor. When they fill the
Sorry.
blank.
The amount total 90.
Yeah.
That's what I was looking for.
Oh. And I was in my motion.
Okay. Sorry, I wanted to move to fill in the blank with 935.
Support.
With, what was that?
935 is the total.
935? Okay.
Dollars. Support.
Yeah, I'm gonna be called on.
Mr. Morgan.
I think that's so vague to be in the general interest of the public and advance the city's public image. That's very vague, very big, very, you put anything in there. I think a lot of people want to this evening, so we're gonna have to determine what co-sponsor looks like and what it means. I do hold some of what Mr. Tucson said earlier to be self-evident as far as where the location of the ones are. Again, that it has some, the one in Ward 3 over here at the park, one that was defaced, that was replaced. I do think it should have a little bit more relevance to the historical part of the city, and it's so evident that black is used as the paintbrush to push agendas. It's just, yeah, so I want to support it. I will support it. I just think I'm co-sponsoring a lot of things tonight. And I do think it would, however those came to be where they are, should have been revisited. But since that's where they are, I support this.
Thank you. Ms. Somerville, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I guess just to put this out, I guess in the first one, there are several things that are up for co-sponsorship. Normally, these things would probably just be approved. This is not real money. These are like new processes that we require for people to go through. So I look at this and many of the other things on the agenda as benefits for the community. The community brought a mural to us. We've supported that along the process. This is just a touch up. These are community members taking time out of their own lives and using money for paint that we're not supplying. And this is, again, it's not real money. These are fees that we're putting forward. We don't like, that's, I don't know, like, it's not, it shouldn't be looked at like action. Are you continuing from this?
Yeah, I would just go to clarify that the special events ordinance has been in place for a number of years. These are new processes, and the way the resolution is written, it actually is drawn from the ordinance itself. And it should be stated that the city makes money through taxes, fees, and fines. And it's not necessary that we're not expending money, but we're not getting revenue to cover expenditure.
Nobody else is asking to close Washington Street to paint a mural that they're spending money on.
This is not
the point that I'm trying to make.
Yeah, this isn't specific to that. It's just in general.
Yeah, I guess in general too, when we close streets that bring people into the community, they spend money at our businesses and make their community vibrant. So I just want to put that out there for this one and the future ones on our agenda. Could you use the mic?
No, just from our memory, we had sponsored the jazz festival. They have it in the past, and they just didn't. This is the one for the school, right?
No, this is for,
The mural.
The
Oh, I'm sorry,
mural.
I went to the next one. I went to the jazz festival.
Close the street so volunteers can paint a mural.
I'm sorry, I went to.
all right, any other discussion before we take a vote? All right, would you call the roll?
We're voting on the amount, correct? Or-
Correct. This is on the amendment. Councilmember Morgan,
The amendment is 935, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Mr. Jones Chance,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Somerville,
Yes.
Mayor Richardson,
Yes,
motion carries unanimously.
all right, thank you. Now, can we have a vote on the resolution?
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Mr. Jones Chance,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Somerville,
Yes.
Mayor Richardson,
Yes,
Councilmember Morgan,
Yes.
motion carries unanimously.
thank you. Resolution 2022-118, approving the request for sponsorship of the 2022 Ypsilanti Cruise Nights. I believe you have that one, Mr. Morgan.
The next two, thank you, Mayor. Resolution number 2022-118, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the City of Ypsilanti adopted a special events policy, and pursuant to the policy, the city may co-sponsor an event if it is of general interest to the public and advances the city's public image. And whereas this year, the Ypsilanti Cruise Nights will take place Wednesdays, June 1st through August 24th on Cross Street in Depot Town. And whereas the Ypsilanti Cruise Nights event organizer is requesting that the city be a co-sponsor of the 2022 event series. And whereas the city council agrees that becoming a co-sponsor of the 2022 Ypsilanti Cruise Nights would be in the general interest of the public and advance the city's public image. Now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council approves the request to be a sponsor of the 2022 Ypsilanti Cruise Nights in the amount of blank. I so move.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Discussion. Suggestion for the blank. Mr. Jones Chance.
I don't have a suggestion for the blank, but I do want to put it out there as a business owner, right where this takes place, that it is not necessarily good for all businesses there. Happy to have it, but it can be a little annoying. So before anyone mentions benefits to businesses, I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you. Mrs. Somerville.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to fill in the blank with $1,400 and $1,435.
Support.
Sorry, $1,435. Sorry.
To think about that.
$1,300.
Support.
And then I'll just add, I would just like to add some comments. Cruise nights stopped when COVID became a thing in our lives. Historically, the city has always supported closing down the streets. And to my knowledge, this was not a process that the cruise night organizers had to go through previously. But again, I'm happy to support this. I think it is good to bring back old programming that used to happen in our communities, and this is despite some, sorry, Brian, but I have to go around the long way to get home too, but it's a good thing for Depot Town and for the greater community. People walk down and get to listen to music and play with hula hoops, and there's cool cars to look at. So happy to support it, and it's getting a little bit back to how things were pre-2020 when COVID hit.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
So just for clarification, I think for folks who are listening, can we talk about this briefly, what the process was before then? Because if it wasn't happening for what Councilmember Somerville is saying, like having them come to us to ask for these to be waived, and what was happening in the years prior when these events were happening?
Wendy Esty is attending virtually. She might be better able to answer that question.
So I was looking right at you, but I didn't mean that you
Right,
answered.
Essentially, they were paying the fees.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, now we see, that's the difference. Yeah.
Right, and now they're using this application as a way to ask for it. So that's why you didn't see them. Okay.
Thank you.
Is there can you help me understand why all of a sudden we have all of these requests for sponsorships when they weren't?
Anybody could ask for it.
I know that anyone can ask for them, but we, like you said, they weren't asking for the sponsorship for cruise night.
That's
Does
a
anybody
question
know
you got
why?
to ask. That's a question you got to ask them.
Yeah,
I see
I
this,
just wondered if somebody knew.
I see this word keep coming back called hardship. And when you throw that word up there, it gives, ear to support. And so maybe a lot of these groups are experiencing hardships.
I see Wendy.
Okay, Wendy, do you have anything that you can share with us?
As far as why they're requesting,
Yeah.
I was told they were approached by council members to ask for the request.
Approached by council members?
Correct.
They were told by staff that they had to apply for this permit. They used to not have to do this, and the streets were just closed.
No.
The process has always been available for whomever. If people read the special events policy, it says that it is available. I've never placed it on the website because I want people to ask for it. If you would like that to be different, I'll be happy to change that.
I would like to rescind my support of the amendment.
Okay,
There anybody here?
so that brings us back to,
Just, Joe, this doesn't make any sense. Prior to 2020, what was the process for the cruise nights?
They would
I was told by staff that there was no process before and that this was new. So that I.
There was always a process.
Organizers. Okay, sure, but what I'm saying is, I was told by staff that this is a new process that they have to go through. I then told the organizers that they had to apply for that.
So,
It doesn't matter at this point because this is now my word against everybody else's. And if we don't want to encourage people to do these things, that's fine. I won't. But they closed the street before and I was told that they've never had to go through this process.
Can I?
Answer that question.
Yes, Wendy, can you answer that?
The process has always been that they applied and paid for the permit fees for the street closures. And the last 2 years, the street has been closed. So there was no street closure that they had to pay for during that time. Of course, they didn't have the event either
Oh, during COVID.
due to COVID. But previous to that, it was always they applied and paid for permits, and I have documentation for that if you would like to see it.
Can I ask a question? So, Wendy, is there a difference between being a co-sponsor and waiving fees?
As far as I'm concerned, sponsorship is under my understanding is offering fees additional to the park rental fees, which are supposed to be what we can waive.
Okay, so joining with the city as a co-sponsor, it appears that we're helping
Paying
take
for
care
all
of-
fees.
For all fees, okay.
I'm sorry you were misled, council member. I wish I would have known that.
So is the confusion, I'm sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So is the confusion, they've never had to apply for financial hardship and not that they have never had to apply for the permits?
Correct, they always apply for the permit, but pay them and go on, but this time they asked for.
Right, so maybe the awareness that there was a process to apply for hardship or for the fees to be waived, I put all the words together, was new information to them that they could potentially get it waived? Because I guess okay.
That's always been a part of the special events ordinance, a process. If they ask for any fee waiver or sponsorship, that has to come to council. It's what the Heritage Festival used to always do. And this has always been embedded in the special events policy. So anytime a hardship application is submitted, the special events coordinator will send that to the clerk and then we put it on the agenda.
Which is what I.
However, they weren't using hardship before. Ms. Simmons.
So, I mean, I guess a couple thoughts. First of all, the hardship waiver, I mean, it sounds like people weren't aware it was an option. And so, I mean, I think from a transparency standpoint, that's slightly problematic. So if that's an option's available, then it should be on the website. Unless there's a different reason, you can help me understand why it wouldn't be.
But people have used it though, so it's like they bring up that they have a hardship or, can't pay this.
Yeah, but some people don't know, and so, they might not ask. I agree, some people might ask, but anyway, so it just seems to me like maybe we wanna have that out there. If it's something
I
we're
don't
not.
know if you wanna advertise that, because then that's how you get all
Well, right, and so that's my next problem. It's like, so you either gotta put this information out there, and we have to make the decision, like, what is the hardship? And so I guess that to me, like, from one event to the next event to the next event, who's determining, I mean, we are, right? But I'm just saying by what criteria, whether or not this is really a hardship. And so, I think we need to kind of figure that out. What is that criteria,
What's that mean?
And so, because everyone would have a hardship. So, I mean, I feel like the information should be out there, but maybe we need to have some different standards. You know what I mean? Because it's not necessarily fair either, right? If you really truly have a hardship, I think you should know that that's an option. I mean, not everyone's gonna be, I think, savvy enough or gutsy enough to ask. Or read up on, what our policies are. But we can't, I mean, also, it's like, I want to support this because I love this car thing, but, and I used to have my own vintage Volkswagen in that, but, it's like.
Wendy, what exactly are the fees for the cruise nights? Because it's simply a matter of the street's not closed, is it? It's simply a matter of the parking on both sides or what?
Yeah, it's for the closure of the street.
Okay. And they've always paid for that closure before?
Yes.
Yes. All right, Mr. Jones Chance, I see your hand.
No, I guess I won't support this one. I think the street closure has real cost to some businesses. The event does bring people out, and that's nice. But it seems as though the group could probably pay their own way.
Mr. Morgan.
This is a note for future references. I'm thinking, some people may come to us because they need support, meaning they may have some of what they need and us to cover the rest, but some don't have any of it and they want us to take it off. If you don't have any of it, I don't think you're ready to have an event. And so in my opinion, we want to be supplemental and supportive as a government. We don't want to take over someone's initiative and pay for it. In my opinion, that's just my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy, do you know how much this street closure would actually cost?
According to the fee estimate,
Yes.
it came to $1,435. That's for the street closure, for a noise permit, and for security deposit and the application fee.
Okay, so they're asking us for all of that?
I think they're asking for whatever you're willing to give them.
Okay. Okay, I cannot support a total, giving the full amount. I do believe that if we're going to be a co-sponsor, that we should be a co-sponsor and not a sponsor and paying for the full fees. However, it's the will of council. Mr. Wilcox.
I agree with Councilwoman Simmons about having a criteria for. All we have is an application. There's no context for what the hardship is. We just passed something for $935.
That's what I was gonna try to read, because they do describe what their hardship is. It doesn't have numbers per se in it. But I'm sorry, Councilman, if I can read it real fast.
Go for it.
So it says, we didn't have to pay last year due to the street already being closed, so we weren't aware of any charges. Because we are simultaneously raising money for the festival, unfortunately, we won't have the funds to cover the cost of the street closure. It is our hope that you all will so graciously stand with us as you have done before. We appreciate the community support. So basically, when you go down further, it's more. There's another part, that also says something about the 50/50. That's the part? Yeah, it's right there. Yeah, the museum pays for extra insurance for the weekly event for the 3 months that the car shows. And then we also pay for the 50/50 drawing through the state and DJ. Mine disappeared in that part. I don't know. Yeah. So they did give some context around the need for financial hardship support. So I just don't want to say they didn't give any rationale, because they did in the application. We can keep discussing at this point.
Right, Ms. Simmons.
Steve, were you done before I go?
No, I wasn't actually. That's great information to have. But in last year's budget, these amounted to like $30,000. We've had people come and say, hey, I have this event, and well, we just didn't do enough fundraising and we went to sponsor it. And last year we sponsored $5,000 here, $9,000 total for some of these things. And that adds up over time. And to say that this isn't real money, this is a loss of revenue. It absolutely is a loss of revenue. So this isn't just, well, it can happen free. I mean, there's a reason we have these fees in place, right? So DPS has to go out, has to do that. There has to be other services put into this. So it's not that there is no cost to this. It absolutely is a cost. And I just wanted to point out that this added up. We did this a lot last year, and wound up with $30,000 of fees that were not collected. So and we were at the time taking this as it's in COVID, we're going to be helpful and do that. And looking at the budget for tonight, there's a limit to how far we can go with that. And thought about this last year when we approved those, and people made comments about what kind of precedent are we setting. Now we're getting to that point where people are capitalizing on that, and that's where we are.
Thank you.
I was gonna go.
You're waving your hand, I mean,
Yeah, but Joe looks like
Oh,
he has
Joe.
something to say, so I kind of want to hear from Joe first, and then I'll say my stuff.
So, I just wanted to, kind of give a tiny bit of context, because I was the one that spoke with Councilman Somerville. In previous years, 2017 is the one year I know particularly, the cruise night was offered to pay one street closure for the whole season. This was prior to me being in my position and prior to seeing them being in their position. And so I'm unaware of what Wendy has charged cruise nights in the last few years. However, I do know at one time when I first started here in 2015, cruise nights was not paying anything. And then we set a policy to charge for street closures. And then there was a deal that was cut at that point. I'm unaware of how long that lasted. I assume the pay for one was done, but that was done under a previous.
You said they weren't paying for anything, but the streets were still being closed.
In 2015, they would just close the streets. This was under Mr. Lang. And so there has been deals cut at different points. But I was unaware that Wendy had the amount that they were paying last in 2019. I did not know that. So I just wanted to make that clear that there was at one point deals that were worked out between other administrations prior to Francis and myself. I just knew that at the time.
So, yeah, thank you, Joe, thanks for that. I think what I was gonna say is, I mean, in some ways, that's neither here nor there at this point, kind of the past, so to speak, here we are today. And so, right, I think we have to kind of think more, be more thoughtful about some of the things we do for sponsorship. I mean, I think it's also important for us to be a co-sponsor, sponsor events. I think events like this add enrichment. They bring people into our city. That's also enrichment. That's one of the reasons I love living here. It's just the different stuff we have going on. And I think it is, nice when the city is kind of, supports the events. But I know that doesn't always mean that it has to be financial, and it doesn't always mean, to the fullest extent that they ask. I mean, right, if I knew about this as an option, I probably would try to see what kind of hardship I could come up with. I think this year, as during the pandemic, I'm more apt to, buy into and believe that there are hardships. I mean, I know Mayor Tom and I noticed that we're having a little bit of trouble getting the same information's not showing up on our stuff, but I believe that, yes, they probably are trying to do fundraising, and that hasn't maybe been as robust, these past few years. And so this year would be more apt to provide, fuller support on this. And so if no one else does, I probably will make a suggestion, but, and then being more conservative if we provide financial support, support, what you want to say. So I might guess this year, I'm okay with providing support to some of these events because I want them to come back and I want them to be in our city. And I do believe that it probably is challenging, but we do have to be mindful from a kind of equity standpoint, fairness, and just our budget and being wise and how we're spending our money. But I think there is an enrichment component, and just whatever that balances out a little bit too.
all right, thank you. Mr. Morgan.
I think we already passed the first one, so I guess I can't make a motion, but in my opinion, as a suggestion, I think we should, whatever the total cost is, we should pay half.
So are you making a motion?
I can just make a suggestion. I'm not gonna make a motion because we already paid for the full price of the first one. So I'm just thinking, so if we pay for the, I guess in fairness, we would have to continue that trend this evening. In my opinion, in the future, even with hardships, when people present a case that that we should, go in halvesies, it's not a big thing. I think it's fair, and it will prove that again, their mission is still on, they're still providing the work, and we're just supporting it. We're not actually fully helping them make it to fruition just with our efforts, or our staff efforts. So I would say in the future that if they, half would be more than reasonable. But if we continue the trend that we just did this evening, I think we would, for fairness sake, have to support all of them.
All right, Mr. Barr, I saw you move the microphone.
In regard to clarity, what you're doing, I assume, is you're waiving the fees in these amounts, you're not expending funds.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, well, Mr. Morgan has suggested that we support half. However, he doesn't want to make that motion to fill in the blank with that amount. Would somebody, does someone agree with him? Would someone like to make that motion? Mr. Wilcoxon?
If we're gonna do that, I would just say we'll waive the rebuttable fees at $935. So if we're gonna be consistent.
Okay. That sounds.
So is that a motion?
I move.
Okay, is there support? Mr. Jones Chance, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I would say this is a small dollar amount. I'm sort of torn between what Mrs. Simmons and what Mr. Wilcoxon were saying, but being a part of some nonprofits, I would say that the last couple of years have been a great time to raise money. And this is such a small amount. So, I mean, I guess there was some clarity, and I guess what they said about the city having stood with them in the past now makes a little bit more sense than it did before. So it sounds like there was some sort of back and forth here, and it is an inconsistent thing. However, in light of the new information and with a budget that changes every time we make one of these decisions, that it's okay to give different amounts or no amount to different applicants. I don't see that as being unfair. I'd say the dollar amount's small, and I just don't feel like this can't happen without us. I don't see that as I don't see this $1,400 stopping the show, or the $935, and definitely not an amount smaller than that, stopping this event from going forward. I don't see that happening, and because of that, I don't really see this as hardship necessarily.
And I'm not aware of the history. And so as far as I know, that it's always been there. So what he was talking about was before our time, when maybe some certain things had not been established. But since they've been established, they've been consistent. I just want to say that because you said there have been some back and forth.
It sounds like there is a lot of history with this event in particular. The other thing is, while this doesn't possibly incur any, we may not incur any actual additional cost. I mean, it is a loss of potential revenue, so I mean, yeah, but it's definitely if we ask for it now. So, yeah, I guess I'm more torn than I was when I started saying all this.
Can we call a question?
Okay, we need to fill in the amount.
Well, there was a motion on the floor. I supported.
A motion to amend the resolution to add the amount of $935 on the floor.
Yeah. Was there a second to that motion?
Yeah, I seconded it.
You second, okay. Would you call the roll on that, please? I thought she had withdrawn that motion, though.
That was withdrawn. But for clarity, how much are we talking about on this, and which one is it? Is this 141 we're talking about?
118, yep.
So it's $935.
Oh, that was
It is
one.
141.
It's resolution 1.
Why don't we add 125, and we're looking at 141 now?
Yes.
The 125 was the Black Lives Matter?
Yes.
That passed.
Yes.
Okay, so now we're looking at 141.
Yes.
Which is a cruise night, 1435.
No, that's resolution 118.
He's talking about the page number.
I'm sorry,
Reference,
that's
yeah.
right,
Right, the cruise night is 118.
right, 118.
Right, and we're looking at, right.
1435.
No, this second was rescinded, so that's kind of.
So we have a new.
There's a new one for $935.
There's a new one for next.
Oh, 935, okay, thank you.
All right, it's been moved and second. Mr. Ranger, call the roll, please.
Mr. Jones Chance,
No.
Councilmember Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Somerville,
Yes.
Mayor Richardson,
Yes.
Councilmember Morgan,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Clerk, I would like to change my vote. I would like to abstain.
Okay, with 6 yes and 1 abstention, the motion carries.
All right, thank you. Now, may we have a vote on the resolution itself?
On the resolution with 935 is the amount, Councilmember Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Somerville,
Yes.
Mayor Richardson,
Yes.
Councilmember Morgan,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Mr. Jones Chance,
Abstain.
6 yes, 1 abstention, the motion carries.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan, I believe you have the next.
Yeah, just as a point of clarity, when I'm reading this and I get to the end to the blank line, can I say a number or?
Yes.
If you would like.
Okay, awesome, thank you. Oh, this is so much faster.
You can also-
Thank you so much. Resolution number 2022-119, resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti, whereas the city of Ypsilanti adopted a special events policy, and pursuant to the policy, the city may co-sponsor an event if it is of general interest to the public and advances the city public image. And whereas this year, the Ypsilanti Jazz Festival will take place Saturdays, July 2nd through July 30th in Riverside Park. And whereas the Ypsilanti Jazz Festival event organizers requesting that the city be a co-sponsor of the 2022 concert series. And whereas city council agrees that becoming a co-sponsor of the 2022 Ypsilanti Jazz Festival would be in the general interest of the public and advance the city's public image. Now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council approves the request to be a sponsor of the 2022 Ypsilanti Jazz Festival in the amount of $3,000. So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Discussion? Ms. Simmons?
Oh, no, go ahead.
I would say two things. I thought they moved those to somewhere else.
This is
A different one?
different one,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. And then I thought we gave $10,000 to the Jazz Festival.
The last. one
Right,
we
okay.
did. This is a different.
This
is
is
1 month.
Okay, well, that's, all right, well, July 2nd, well, 3,000 may be a little too much, well, I'm glad we talked. So it's a different one, it's not, do we know the organizers?
Yeah.
Why are these people not here?
Yeah, I don't, yeah,
It's 10, 3.
because it was one at the high school out at the parking lot. Then this
That
one.
is the jazz in the parking lot. This is an extension of that
Okay,
in a way.
oh, the jazz,
This will still be, yeah.
all that jazz, I'm sorry,
All right, Mr. Jones Chance.
So I'll be abstaining from this vote. Apparently I am a part of this group. And so I think a few of us came together or were brought together to keep this event in Ypsilanti in the city. I think, there are some financial reasons that, the other one decided to go to a place where maybe they could charge or something like that. However, myself and a lot of other business owners agree that this was a very good event to have in Town, and I think a lot of the public would also agree. It also happens that I believe one of the leaders in this current group was also a part of the last one, or was meant to be, or I'm not sure the whole backstory. So, the ask is a lot smaller than the previous one was. It is a lot shorter number of events. But I think it will be additive to the summer, and it will be additive to the community, both for the public and businesses.
Thank you. Ms. Simmons.
Yeah, so right, I think this is, of course, music is great, and I'm a musician, so I love, supporting these types of events. I think they're enriching. And so I'm happy to support this. My question is about the 3,000, Mr. Morgan. So it seems like maybe what our trend should be here, until we kind of come up with a better
thought process for how we evaluate these is maybe just waiving the non-refundable fees, which is what we've been doing. So that's $2,129.50. Because in theory, right, the other security deposit, they should get that back if there's, you know, as long as there's no issues and stuff. So it was just a thought, considering that as an option.
I support that.
Happy to understand why that might not make sense to us.
Is there any other discussion? Mr. Wilcox,
Who is the Reed Lewis company?
you say who?
Yeah.
So could you, if you're gonna answer, would you please answer loud enough for all to hear?
It's a company owned by the person who put in the application, Taryn Willis. I didn't look it up. I don't know anything. But one of my questions about this, and it has nothing to do with money, is they're talking about having 4 trash receptacles done.
They were talking about having.
4 trash receptacles on this thing, and it's just like, it struck me as weird as we're having the whole park, and they're gonna put 4 trash receptacles out. In addition to what we are, but that's just point of curiosity. I'll shut up now.
Seeing no hands up, could we call the roll, please?
And this would be for the $3,000.
Well, no, he read it into the,
Record as $3,000.
he read it into the resolution, so does there have to be a separate vote?
No, I'm just saying this resolution would be approving $3,000.
Yeah.
Actually, I wanted to make a friendly amendment, to change that amount to $2,129.50, unless someone can give me.
Support.
$3,120.
$2,129.50. That's the non-refundable fees.
125. I think that true.
2,129.50. But I'm happy to understand if there's a reason why it should be supported at a different level.
Jazz. Super abstain.
Okay. So there is a friendly amendment on the floor to change, to fill the blank with $2,125. 29. All right. Mr. Halinga, would you call the roll on that number, please?
This would be on to approve the resolution at that number.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Somerville,
Yes.
Mayor Richardson,
Yes.
Councilmember Morgan,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Mr. Jones Chance.
Abstain.
Councilmember Wilcoxen,
Come on.
Yes.
so 6 yes and 1 abstention, the motion carries.
All right, thank you.
Can I ask a question before we move?
Yes.
To the next resolution? This is about the language in the resolutions, because I think that is also a point of, like, an issue for me when I'm reading them. Is that I went through the application while we were discussing, and there's a box where you can check off that you are requesting for a co-sponsorship or financial hardship. And so in the resolutions, though, they say co-sponsored flat, and in some of them, they don't say anything about financial hardship. So is there a way that in the future, the application says financial hardship, that is indicated in the resolution? Because I think that is a point of contention as well around what are we actually doing when we're getting the information.
Yes, I can do that.
Thank you so much, Wendy.
Okay, let's see, Mr. Morgan, I believe you have one more, and after this resolution, we're gonna take a 5-minute break.
Thank you, Mayor. Resolution number 2022-120. Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the City of Ypsilanti adopted a special events policy, and pursuant to the policy, the city may co-sponsor an event if it is of general interest to the public and advances the city's public image. And whereas this year, the Ypsilanti Orphan Car Show will take place Sunday, September 18th at Riverside Park, whereas the Ypsilanti Orphan Car Show event organizers requesting that the city be a co-sponsor of the 2022 event. And whereas City Council agrees that becoming a co-sponsor of the 2022 Ypsilanti Orphan Car Show would be in the general interest of the public and advance the city's public image. Now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council approves the request to be a sponsor of the 2022 Ypsilanti Orphan Car Show in the amount of $1,385. So
Support. It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
Scroll.
That's the non-refundable fee amount.
Thank you.
For being.
are we staying consistent there, Steve? Thank you, sir.
All right, is that, so was that number put in there in reading? Mr. Halenga, it's, is that part, was the non-refundable portion put in as of the resolution?
Yes, it was right.
Yes, okay. Discussion, Mr. Jones-Chan.
Thank you for requesting that recess, because my brain is a little foggy. So is there an actual difference when we sponsor an event with the dollar amount that includes refundable fees versus when we do one for just non-refundable fees? Because when the fees get refunded, is there any actual difference?
I'd say it's kind of principle matter, and there's a chance that those fees might not get refunded.
That's true.
In theory, I mean, it's.
I think you catch up with your, cash out your refund. Okay. I just, because my gears weren't fully turned. I just wanted to.
Any, Ms. Summerhill?
Yeah, I just wanted to add a comment. The people who are putting this on also run the Auto Museum. That museum runs and functions through volunteers. Many people who come to Ypsilanti every year, not for the past two, come generally every year to either participate or walk around at this show, just like many other car shows that we had at Riverside Park. But I just wanted to just uplift the fact that a lot of the people that are involved with the Auto Museum, they're volunteers, and they've been volunteers there for 20 years. I just think it's important to just note that, and everything that we've approved and had before us tonight regarding sponsorships, whether it's a Black Lives Matter mural or a car show, these are all volunteers. I just wanted to keep that front and center. Nobody's profiting off of these events.
Thank you. Any other questions or discussion? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Halenga, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Somerville,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Morgan,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Mr. Jones-Chan,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Richardson,
Yes.
motion carries unanimously.
Let's take a break. If that, I think it's what, 9:09. Okay. Meeting is called to order, and we're at resolution 2022-121. Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30.
Or
It's been moved and second that we just extend the meeting to 11:30. All those in favor?
reluctantly, yes.
Aye.
Oh, you're right.
We haven't even gotten to that.
I heard one aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. The meeting is now extended until 11:30. And before we read the resolution, Mayor Pro Tem, were you successful in your request to adjust the air conditioning?
I was.
Okay, thank you. We can go forward. Okay. Who has 120, please? Approving sponsorship, I'm sorry, 121.
I have 121.
This is the
I got it.
121?
Yes, I got
Okay,
that one.
thank you.
Sorry, for my internet back up. Sorry, give me 1 second. So resolution number 2022-121. To adopt the original budget by department and major organizational units for fiscal year 22-23 and fiscal year 23-24. Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that an ordinance entitled "An Ordinance to Adopt Budget Appropriations by Department and Major Organizational Units for the fiscal years 22-23 and 23-24 be approved on second and final reading. May the rest be read into the record. I so move.
Support. It's been moved and supported. And I see Mr. Vesta, to come and to help us with it.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So we don't have much change from the last meeting. What we have in your what you have in your packet are just the information that you have requested from the last meeting. So I can give you those information. So questions asked before was, does the city receive dividends for our workers' comp? And we do not receive anything from MML. I've placed in there the table of the amount that we receive from our liability and insurance, which is an average of 28,000. And for this fiscal year, we also received an additional refund from them for the MCCA, which is the Michigan Catastrophic Claims Association, which is $400 per vehicle. And also, council asked last time, what will be the effect of the part-time parking enforcer? And we did put in there the projected revenue for if we're going to hire with that enforcer. And looks like we're gonna be receiving an additional $15,000 per year. But the expenditure for that will be around $20,000 or a net expense of $5,000 per year. Although that is the financial impact, we have to also consider that there are social and economic benefit to that, which is it will maintain order. So cars won't be blocking our sidelines, hydrants, and handicap spaces, and also encourage turnover in support of businesses. And we also have there the table for our parking historical revenue. And if you look at the fiscal year 2019, we've been generating around 450,000 in parking meter and parking ticket. But since COVID hit in 2020, we just generated 283,000. And in 2021, just 192,000. And also, council asked if there's a possibility for us to defer some of our vehicles. We did talk to our department heads about this, and we are able to defer some of them. From DPS, we could defer the Bobcat loader. So instead of purchasing this vehicle in fiscal year 22-23, we'll be able to purchase this fiscal year 23-24. Same with our street sweeper. Instead of being purchased 23, it will be purchased at 24. And our salt truck could be eliminated, amounting to 205,000. And that's it.
Any questions, discussion?
So, Mayor, you
Mr. Jones,
Yeah, thanks for the additional information, based on this, I think it's about what I thought that. It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to hire an additional part-time parking enforcement, and as far as some of the benefits, especially ones that might accrue to businesses, I would say, sure, you get increased turnover, but at the expense of increased dwell time, so it's kind of, a toss-up there. I get the safety concerns about fire hydrants and things like that, but I don't think it's worth the cost.
Well, police can write a ticket for fire hydrants and stuff like that.
Yeah, oh, see, we already have some, very few of them, but we, I guess that's another issue. Yeah, it doesn't seem to make a ton of sense to me. I don't know if it does to anyone else, but. That's all I have.
Mr. Morgan.
Like, I don't know what happened in 2015 for the parking tickets to be so low. Right, it's a little under 1,400. But in 2020 during COVID, it was 272,000. Like, it was like, that was the COVID year. Like, it still seems incredibly inflated for the next year to be a lot lower. What do you think that trend? What happened in that time?
In 2015, we let the courts cover our parking ticket. So instead of the city issuing those tickets, I believe it was handled by the courts. So they would have to pay directly to the court. So it doesn't come in as a parking ticket to the city, but then they would pay the court, and then the court would now reimburse us or pay us for the whatever collection they receive. So it comes in a different form of revenue for us. Instead of parking ticket, it becomes an ordinary fines revenue.
Before we established the parking bureau, we went through the courts. And so they took most of the money. But then we paid by ordinance of parking bureau, and then we were able to, the funds ourselves.
Mr. Wilcox, I'm sorry, Mr. Jones-Chan.
Oh, I've already gone myself.
No, I was calling.
Sure. So with the parking bureau things, what was the case from 2012 through 2014? It looks like 2015 is just like it's the lone year where.
So I believe that the courts were actually handling our parking tickets during those years. And then 2015, that's the year that the parking bureau was created. So that's why that ticket revenue is programmed differently. When the court was handling it, I believe that all civil infractions and parking tickets were all kind of lumped together, and we would receive one payment. So it's a situation of programming.
Gotcha. So based on the fact that we've had a number of years allowing the courts to handle this and a lot of years doing it on our own, is there any revenue or cost difference to the two methods?
I believe the courts took a large chunk of the fine revenue. So when it was brought back in-house, those funds would go to us, except if that ticket was appealed and went before the courts, then that ticket would be paid to the court. So our revenue increased a good deal at that time.
Yeah, I see here that the parking ticket revenue, has gone up since then. What about cost?
It's also increasing fees, I believe.
So, okay, so then the fees will account for some of it. So then the difference actually, so the gain for having our own, bureau is actually smaller. And then what about the cost of implementing that ourselves? I mean, the court takes its chunk for the fees, and I would assume that is built into the parking ticket revenue here. So this is net of the court's fees.
It's now built in, so we just take it out from the.
So about how much was the fee increase percentage wise?
I don't have that information right now.
Okay. Double digit percents or single digit?
From what I understand is when we did increase the fines, they weren't significant increases. I believe they like a parking, except for parking meter tickets, I think those were very minimal. And then they increased, I think they were at $10 and they increased to $25 after they graduated, if not paid within a certain number of days.
Well, on a percentage basis, that's huge.
Yes.
But we gave them more time to pay at the original fee because it used to be to pay. You had to pay it by the next business day.
I don't think I need the calculator because if we have a fee structure that's almost,
Wow, where did that come from?
it usually is in my breast pocket, but I don't have a suit to. With the fee structure that increased that much, you know, we're talking triple digit percentages. And our revenues are only up this much, and
So what I
so
was,
it seems like it was a better deal to have the courts do it.
basically, that wasn't the only thing that was changed. It was at the base fee if you paid by the next day. You know, so it was $10 if you paid by the next business day. If you didn't, it went to 20. But we just made it the base 20. And so we made it the base 20 with more days to pay, like up to 14 days to pay.
Okay, so effectively, probably it went from
It was so.
20 to 25 or something like that.
It was kind of the same, yeah.
So
Because
that's
of
20.
because of the timing, most people did not pay by the next business day.
All right, well, that's still about 25%. So that's pretty big still. I mean, I guess you could go one way or the other, but it almost, it's like it was
Well, also,
a better deal to have the court do it.
well, also, we were on the court system and we had to get our own. I think we're all, parking system is its own account, right? We pay all things, all bills from the parking account. I'm just talking out loud. We switched also to iPad, which we pay.
Big Bonnie's here, she'll be,
What is it?
Parking czar,
she's our,
Well, I used to do this, so that's the reason why. I'm
Okay.
talking out loud, about it. We also want more tickets too. Hi, Bonnie. You talk about the difference in revenue, we're talking about the difference.
Francis, I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
We're talking about the differences in the revenues from times past when the court was doing the processing to when we took over in 2015, when we established our parking bureau. And so from my recollection, I could remember that some of it was due to changes in our fees, which made our revenue go up. And then also because of the money we kept ourselves that the court didn't get. Because I'm trying to make a case that it's better for us to handle it than the court. But it looks like maybe the numbers are not showing that. And so that is the question that Mr. Jones Chance is looking at. You know, like how are we benefiting from doing our own?
I can check into what the courts would, if that's actually even an option these days, and check to see what the percentage that they would take, since it has been 7 years since then. That's something we can get current numbers on. That would perhaps be more relevant to the
We
discussion.
didn't want our tickets. We didn't want them to have our tickets.
Well, I mean, if it's not an option, then
Yeah, it really was.
my question, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, they really didn't like doing our tickets. we had an issue that they let a lot of people go. You know, because they didn't like doing business. I mean, it changed now, you got different people, different court administrators. But, and we like it better.
I mean, yeah, I would like to find out if it's an option because even though it may be less hassle, we may make more money with the courts handling it.
Well, we are looking at a couple of other different options for long-term revenue from our parking tickets. If that's sort of what you're trying to look for with this particular line of questions. So we are looking at a couple of collections options as well, and perhaps doing a portion of our tickets to the courts and a portion of our tickets through a more standard collections process. But these are all pretty early discussions still.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll sit out for the rest of this. Thanks.
Report. We have a gentleman in the back who's waiting for a resolution. We've already started in on this one, and I get that, but is there any way that we can take care of this business?
Council agrees, yes.
Yes, my lady.
I would move that we move to resolution 2022-124, ordinance 1392. Delay this discussion until we're done with that.
Support. It's been moved and seconded to move to resolution 124. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes. Sir, we're gonna take your resolution now. Who has 124?
All righty, resolution number 2022-124, resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti. Whereas the city has an interest in protecting health, safety, and welfare of the community, and let the rest be read into the record. Support. So moved, support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
This is the research and development
Yes.
in the city center.
Could you tell us more about it, Ms. Somerville? You have
It's a second reading.
It's a second reading, sorry.
okay.
I'll just give you the brief synopsis. It's a second reading of adding lab uses in our downtown district. Mark Smith with MAHQ is looking to locate, or looking to purchase a building in our downtown. And put lab uses as well as other uses in the building. So he's requested this amendment to allow us to be more flexible with some of the uses in our downtown to help fill the buildings.
Did this go through the planning commission?
Planning commission approved it. And then it was approved at first reading.
Any discussion? Mr. Morgan.
Is it possible? Is it possible if this ordinance is passed, is it possible that other people who have the same interests, will the downtown become a zone that for those purposes, or other people could do it also? This is unprecedented, right?
It's not permitted currently. A big reason why this isn't permitted currently is we wanted to have a lot more walkable businesses in our downtown. And we've always thought of lab uses and wet lab uses as not as much of a walkable business. However, having the small micro labs and having more flexibility with some of our larger spaces that are currently unfilled definitely
who allows us to be more flexible in that ability.
What kind of research will they be doing?
Mr. Smith is the best person to talk about his business. I am not.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for pointing it forward. I appreciate it. Mark Smith, my HQ. To answer your question about R&D, we do all sorts of R&D. It could involve small molecules with drug
Mr. Smith,
discovery.
would you speak into the mic?
Yes.
For the benefit of people?
Sure.
Virtual.
So, we have a lot of drug discovery that goes on. We work with small molecules. We manufacture RNA and DNA. We generate solutions for separating cell material, super dyes. We have waste to energy conversion lab work going on. It's quite varied. We're tech agnostic intentionally. We try to aggregate a lot of smart people in a single place so they can collaborate together. And the type of young professional that we're trying to draw is interested in a downtown location that's walkable, that they can walk to work. We can have collaboration with the university, so we're close by the campus. And that's the type of environment we're looking for.
Any other questions or comments from council? All right, seeing none, you call the roll, please, Mr. Pellet.
Mayor Richardson,
Yes.
Councilmember Morgan,
Please come back to me.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Mr. Jones.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Somerville,
No.
Councilmember Morgan,
No.
motion carries with 5 yes, 2 no.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for waiting patiently, Mr. Smith.
Okay, let's go back to resolution 121.
So what were we discussing? We're discussing parking. We were talking about parking. Courts versus processing.
This is the time for council to make motions or suggestions for amendment.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I would actually move to amend that. Then the budget says that we don't hire additional parking enforcement.
Support.
It's been moved and second that we do not hire an additional parking support person. Discussion?
So to recap, we're gonna take a $5,000 loss on revenue versus expensive hiring, right? That's your basis for making the motion. Thank you.
Anytime.
Say that again.
It's cheaper if we don't hire one.
Right, but the reasoning.
That pretty much sums it up.
The revenue created by having this person on the roll in terms of increased ticket revenue doesn't offset the increased cost.
Yeah, we pay them about $5,000 more than we would get from additional tickets. Probably.
Okay, that's what I thought. Any other questions or comments on this, on the motion? Mr. Halinga, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Morgan,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Mr. Jones Chance,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Somerville,
Yes.
Mayor Richardson,
Yes.
motion carries unanimously.
Moving on to resolution 2022. You got some more stuff on this one? Okay. Ms. Somerville.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to amend our police budget to eliminate 3 full-time employees,
To eliminate how many employees?
3 full-time employees.
Second.
There's a motion to remove the second to adjust the police budget to eliminate 3 employees, full-time employees. Discussion, Mr. Jones Chance.
Which employees are we considering here?
Once we
That we never hired.
The ones what?
Police officers.
Officers then.
You want to eliminate 3 officers.
The 3 officers that we have allocated money for and still not fulfilled in the last fiscal year.
So my question, we've allocated funds that we never spent. Now we still have those funds.
We don't, we're in deficit.
Well, the funds don't disappear.
Right.
The funds are there because we didn't hire the officers. If we don't hire the officers again, the funds will still be there.
Right, but we don't show that on the bottom line.
Sure, but the money's there.
Right.
And if it's not spent in 1 year, it'll go to the next year. It's not as though we've lost this money year over year, and, it's there. But the public safety issue still remains, and we need to hire these officers. We haven't been able to. We've had to disband a community policing unit, which was making a lot of inroads in the Park Ridge neighborhood on the south side of Ipsy. Getting more cooperation from residents, a lot more comfort from residents. I would imagine a lot more satisfaction from residents with the job the police officers were doing. So much more engagement with the youth, and particularly with the people who live in New Park Ridge. I don't expect everyone to know that. But I do. So now that unit's gone, and all of those gains could very possibly be lost. And because of that, someone may die. The mayor and I sit in a meeting week after week discussing what to do about these issues, and the situation is not black and white, and I can understand that for people who live in safety, it's easy to take that for granted. And like it or not, additional officers are going to have to be a part of the solution. It's not a zero-sum game here. This is not a black and white issue. This is a very messy and highly nuanced issue. And especially when we're talking about funds that haven't actually been spent yet, and completely doing away with our ability to add resources to a community that desperately needs them because of funds that aren't actually being spent yet. I don't agree with that. I don't like that it's been brought up again. And I don't like having to, it's exhausting having to defend my mostly Black constituents against constant threats of losing resources that they vitally need, literally vitally, because people will die. It's frustrating.
Ms. Somerville.
Yeah, I'd just like to add that we're currently down 7 full-time police officers. I believe that we need to prioritize keeping the officers that we have and increasing pay. And I think we can do that by not setting ourselves up for a budget deficit this year and the next few years. That's why I made the motion. I also believe that we should actually properly invest in communities, and we've been running without those 7 officers currently. So that's the reason why I made the motion. I hope council will support it. it will set us up to better prioritize putting resources back into the community for the coming years.
Ms. Simmons.
So I'm appreciate that perspective, and certainly I think we need to make even more investments, whether it's in community. I think retention of the current officers we have, so we don't lose anymore, and also we want to make sure that we're hiring the best that's out there. So making sure that we have a department that people want to come to, and pay is one of them. I think also having appropriate officer numbers, that's disheartening. To know that we're down like 7 officers. And I also agree with Mr. Jones Chance and the things that he had to say. To me, it's just crucial for the city as a whole, and that we have a properly staffed police department. So I won't.
You say you won't support?
No, I won't, not this amendment. I want to keep this on the books. We need to find a way to get our reps up to get them hired, so.
Mr. Wilcox.
I find it interesting that the police department has failed to hire people. And why that is, and why it's been years since we had this good discussion last time, and there hasn't been any change in the strategy in getting people. And so we're down 3 from last year this time, we're down 3, and we never hired the other 3. And so it seems like there should be some reapportionment of those funds to change the strategy and recruiting people. So saying that we have, money for 6 people, it's like, okay, I'd be willing to say, well, maybe we only have the money for 4 people, because we've been going about this completely wrong. And if we can't get people to come to talk to us because of what we're offering them, then we need to reapportion that money. And instead of having 6 people, put that money towards 4 people so you can get somebody. So it's just the question of where the money is. The question is, why haven't we hired? And looking at a deficit, if we're not using that cash for that, then what are we going to use it for? And then what's the reason for not having these police at this point? I mean, we went through this big deal last year with this, and then they didn't get hired. We went through 2 years ago a big deal about hiring a social worker, and that person still isn't hired. So it's like, I appreciate your sentiments. What my question is what's going on to change the strategy so that we can get people in here? In offering whatever those things are, we need to change that up.
Ms. Simmons, did I see your hand up again?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and I appreciate that. I mean, that's my professional job, is much time and many years have been spent hiring people. And this is particularly a difficult time. I'm concerned about taking those officers off the books. I agree, the strategy probably might need to change. We might need to have HR, really focus its efforts, because to me, this is a critical area, critical shortage of staff that has the potential to get worse. We need to really critically analyze, why are we losing out on those candidates? So that's a whole conversation, but meanwhile, again, I still think it's important to maintain those, FTEs that we said we were gonna hire, and meanwhile prioritizing things, so. But I'd be curious to know what the chief has to say why it's the particular challenges, even though I know that all areas have been really suffering with this.
Mr. Morgan and then Mr. Jones Chance.
This is a very intricate situation, and it's been stated many times, public record by myself. It's not just the police department, it's the fire department, it's the staff, it's the commissioners, it's the culture. Not just the police department. So we hiring and retaining good people is a matter of strategies, it's a matter of setting goals, it's a matter of all that. But the fact is not just the police department, and the fact that it's being 7 down, there's no way they can effectively do their job over a long period of time without stress that could cause certain situations. And I know it's a belief that that we can do community policing without police, but until that time comes, I'm just not a fan of it. There's a structure that exists. Like people say, make the best of it. It's like the law, like government, like the police. We should make the best of what's presented to us. But I do think it's more of a, and I do agree with some of what Andy Somerville said about, and what Jennifer Simmons said about taking some of this money to retain the best of who we have, because we seem like most people in our city are being benevolent about being qualified, experienced, and can be taken at any moment. So it's our job to batten down the hatches and secure the team, as opposed to having a dilapidated police force that can't perform and function for its citizens. So I'll just say it's a culture. It's not just the police department. Like you said, making it attractive, making it connective and engaging. There's all these things, but I think it starts with us here being able to develop policy with a common focus on how we can retain the best of them, including our police force. So I won't support this at all, but I do agree with some of the sentiments. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Jones-Chan.
Yeah, I would say that, and it's very possible that there are some issues internally that need to be addressed culture-wise within the department. I don't know if those exist or what they might be. But as someone who, one of the people here who has to hire people, it has been very difficult finding people to do anything over the last couple of years. I don't know if anyone's been to a drive-through recently, but it's, sometimes there's one person working. We tried very hard for 2 years to hire people at one of my businesses. I can't find maintenance people. I can't find even real estate agents. So it's been a struggle no matter what industry you're in. That's not to say that there can't be other underlying cultural issues that need to be addressed as well, and we should do that if those exist. Yeah, I think that all I would say is there's a group of people every Thursday who has come to the understanding that we need all solutions. And all of these things have to work together. And it's not that, and I'm speaking mostly for communities of color because it's what I exist in. It's not that you want no police, but you want the right police doing the right work. It's a no-brainer that no one wants to be shot and killed. Nobody wants to be over-policed, but we're also under-policed. And I don't mean that in a punishment way. I mean, we don't get the actual services that everyone else gets to take for granted. And that's an issue, and that's not an issue that can be solved without proper and appropriate policing. And it's not going to be solved by capping our current losses at where they are. That's not a solution. And I don't want to have to go back to this group and say, hey, we've been putting in all this work, and by the way, we bumped it up again. Yeah. And that's exactly what's going to happen. And these are people who are actually doing real work out on the ground, talking to people who are heading down the wrong path, talking to people who have been on the wrong path, doing a lot of work that, we would hope that police officers could do more of. These are people who are really invested, talking to grieving mothers. The mayor and I gone to funerals and looking at a 17-year-old boy in a casket, like, come on. This has got to stop. And until you are living in the situation or in constant contact with people who are or really understand, it's got to stop. I'm not going to say no one can have a solution, but there are people who are more attuned to the issue who should be allowed to bring forth solutions.
Thank you. Ms. Somerville and then Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd like to call the question.
Is there a second to calling the question? Hearing none, Ms. Mayor Pro Tem.
No one seconded.
You say what?
I'm just saying nobody seconded.
I didn't hear a second. Did someone second?
No, I said no one seconded.
Right, yes. So I'm asking I'm calling on Mayor Pro Tem, her hand was up.
Thank you. I had to listen for a little bit again, because I feel like I remember a year ago speaking about the both and the fact that there were members of my community who were asking for additional supports in the form of police, as well as programming and putting our attentions on community. While also, there have been moments where I've been looking at this budget and wondering, like, what do we do? I think that, you know, we're still in a place that these positions are necessary. And I agree with many of the things that many people have been saying, not on one side or the other of the issue, but as I think about, we were talking about like retention and attracting talent and what's happening in the hiring process. And I think about my experience as someone who hires, and also, you know, the fact that I work in another community, and conversations I've had with police in that community and in those communities about not only what their experiences have been there, but perceptions of ours. The fact that we are functioning at the numbers that we are, that conversation travels. It's part of the reason why I believe, I'll speak for myself, I believe we are not able to attract and retain talent. It's the reason why other communities can come and poach our good people. And we need to be looking at, again, retention and how do we shift the culture beyond these 4 square miles about working with us and for us. And I think sometimes these conversations also hinder that, because folks who are considering coming here are also hearing the decisions or the moves that we're making. I struggle, you know, like I struggle with 7 vacancies. I struggle with that for numerous of reasons, as I stated before. And I guess I won't relate to the topic because it's very like near and dear to me, as I have, you know, year after year thought about this. And so I just hope that as a body, we make the right decision. I guess is all I will say, because this is tough. But there are needs that need to be met. And I think that we can work together to figure out how to really lean into both and. How do we get us to levels that we need to be at while also committing to shifting things around as necessary in the police budget, as well as in other parts of our general fund in the budget, to make the needs of the community a priority, and also in other areas. Because there is not one answer to this.
I'd like to thank you. Okay, Mayor, City Manager.
This is a hot topic across the nation. And so the police departments have begun attending workshops and things on recruitment and retention. As a matter of fact, our chief and some of the staff have gone as well. So we are seeking out additional strategies to attract people to want to come here. So it's a hot topic, and I just wanted to let council know that it is something that we began, you know, looking into even deeper. And now not just HR, but also the chief as well. So it's kind of like to put that out there.
I'd just like to say that I certainly echo Mr. Jones-Chance's comments, but the message that I hear throughout the MML and through others is that there's a shortage of police officers across the country. There's a shortage of hiring new officers, that they're just not people that are waiting in line to be hired. And yes, we know that some of our people have been, as someone used the word, poached for other departments. And part of that is because there's not people standing in line to be hired as police officers anywhere in the country. And I think that there's some systemic things that are going to have to be changed in the country in order to once again begin to stir up that desire within people that to want to join the police force, whether it's our police force or wherever. I do commend our department for the work that they have done with working with a shortage. I remember, was it last year or year before last, that we were pushing very strongly to hire 3 officers. And now we're talking about, cutting 3 officers. There's not a real good balance here. I will not be supporting the resolution to cut, or the motion to cut 3 officers. I believe that we need the officers that we have and that we need to continue to pursue getting a full force. I did see Chief DeGusti, he turned his camera on a little bit ago. Chief, did you have something you want to say?
Certainly, I just wanted to kind of address some of the things that you just covered. This is not an Ypsilanti police issue. This is a issue on recruiting retention across the country. In fact, just today, they showed that in Columbus, Ohio, 200 officers are going to leave that department this year. So it's a problem that we're all facing. We are changing our strategies to a certain extent. We just sent a sergeant and 2 patrol officers to a recruiting school, a training on how to go out and try and recruit people. And so we are developing some other things that we haven't done in the past because, as the mayor said, there used to be people waiting in line. If we had a vacancy, we just look on our applications and there'd be 30, 40 applications in there. We haven't probably had 30 applications this year. So, and to Mr. Morgan's point, Chief Hobbs is in that same kind of position. He doesn't have the applicants he used to. And HVA is having trouble staffing EMS. So it's public safety across the board. So we're trying to do some things. I know the manager's been looking at some things with the contract that's coming up. That's going to expire for the patrol officers this year. So hopefully maybe some improvements there will help with retention. But we're not looking the other way on this. We're definitely looking at this, trying to find some solutions to the problem.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. I just want to note for the record that, I'm from a military and a police family. I know a person is a cop, but policing is the job of service. And I do think it's the job of being serves at an all-time low, if you will, because of the disdain that the general public feel for them because of some of the interactions they have with particular groups of people. So they're painted with a paintbrush, which is disconcerting. Just like politicians, they think we're liars because we talk, or lawyers. It comes with the job. And as far as the military having less and less honorable ways of going to war, it's a culture. And police, they have to get the honor and transparency back in the actual job of service. And those are the people we're looking for because, again, 200. And I don't think people really have a critical eye on what it would look like to not have a police force. I mean, the worst case scenarios, I mean, so when we think about that, like people think, well, abolish the police, that's the one. It just doesn't make sense. So I'm just saying people are the cops, but the job is policing. That can get mixed up. I hope we can, again, find ways to get some of the best people who are doing a very, very difficult job. And it's not based on if we like them or not. They have, just like the DPW works, they have a dirty job to do. And so we hope they can do it with conviction and honor. So I don't know how to change that culture, Chief, but again, I want to believe that there's good police out there. I want to believe that. And there are, flat out, there are. So that's the culture, I think, here in Ypsilanti, since we have a lot of negative pokers and prodders trying to determine what the police is. And that's what I won't allow that to happen because all police are not evil, bad, or malicious. Just that a lot of them get that rap and some just disrespect and do dirty. But again, that's not all police, and I hope we can find at least 7 to balance our force out. Thank you.
Mr. Jones-Chance.
Yeah, I would like to add that maybe it's naive, but my hope is that some of the people who aren't applying are some of the people who might cause problems. So, and, one of the reasons I say that is because the new people, and one of whom was taken away from us, but in my view, were exactly what you would hope for in a community-oriented officers. So my hope is that of the applicants we are getting, that we're not, that we're still being selective. And my other hope, which may be naive, is that a lot of folks who would have applied to be police officers just to get their jollies or whatever are not applying anymore because of that disdain and because of the public pressure. My hope is that's working to that end. So that's really all I have to say, but capping the losses we already have is not the way to go, in my view.
If I may just address that last point, sir, we have not, we are not, and we shall never relax our standards in hiring. We will always look for the very best people that we can that will police the city the way that we believe it should be policed. So we may be lacking in numbers, but the ones that we have are the right ones.
Thank you. Ms. Somerville, I saw your hand up. You're good, okay. Any other questions or comments? Hey, the motion, do we have a second to that? Okay, all right. Would you call the roll on the motion, please?
Councilmember Wilcoxen? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Brown?
No.
Councilmember Somerville?
Yes.
Mayor Richardson?
No.
Councilmember Morgan?
No means to not hire three.
No means not to cut the budget.
No means not to cut three.
No means no means no.
Mr. Hogan,
Come back to me, please. Thank you.
could you help him maybe restate the motion?
So the motion is to remove 3 police officers from the budget. So if you vote yes, you're voting to remove those officers.
Thank you. No.
Councilmember Simmons?
No.
Mr. Jones Chance?
No.
Motion fails with 2 yes, 5 no.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the budget that's before us?
Yeah, I'd like to make an amendment. To the expenses in, I'll do this as a group. In council programs for the years 22, 23, and 23, 24, in the expense categories of 101-7-4-70-83-6-00-01-02-03-04 to zero those out. So we have money in that account and we have revenue in that account. Those items were carried forward from what we did last year, and there was never any authorization to do that. So I'd like to zero those out, and there are other uses for that money.
You gave us numbers, could you please?
These are the account numbers for the council programs, and this is funded by the revenue sharing from recreational cannabis. And last year there were youth programs, housing barrier busters, sports programs, arts programs, and special events sponsorships put into that. Those were one-time things, but they carry through on the next 2 years of. I just want to take those out, keep that money, and we can use that for something else, such as right now, the amendment is just to zero those out so that revenue is retained in that account.
Could you state the numbers again, please?
Sure, it's 101-7-7470-8336-00, and then the sequential -01, -02, -03, and -0.
Come on, things that's on.
What's that?
Page 7.
Yeah, because I'm
It-
in the.
It's in the line item budget. That's the only place I can find. And I have it like
I have the support for that.
29, on page 29. I remember that.
Did you see what it totaled up to?
That was $140,000.
Yeah, that much money?
So the revenue that we got last year was 338. The one this year was 338,000. And so we have that money in that account. We haven't spent it. And the $140,000 budget in that revenue stream was calculated based on the past expenses that we had in this. And so I assume that the lowball budgeting for that revenue was based on the expenses we incurred last year. And the previous year where that was how much we got. And so not wanting to forecast that we're going to continue to get more than $338,000. That was conservative estimate. And I think those conservative estimates have skewed the deficit that we're looking at here, because if we carry 338,000 in revenue forward for the next 2 years versus the 140,000, that changes the balance. Getting rid of these expenditures will certainly change that balance as well. So this is only $140,000 we're talking about, but I'd like to get that off of the record.
Was there a second? So we're go.
Is there any other, I was trying to get to page 29. Is there any other comments?
Yes.
Discussion?
Makes sense to me.
Brandon, I have a question for you. The total $338,038, that would be untapped, like in its own line, not in the general fund.
So we received that in this current fiscal year. So that's its own revenue, but then we now have some expenses that's allocated for that money.
Which expenses?
For the council programs for this current year. But then
140.
yes, 140 this year. So the remainder of that will just go back to the general fund.
Okay.
It can't stay in that fund so that we can earmark that for something else.
It's part of the general fund, so it just goes back to the whole fund. So it's not a separate fund. It's like a department.
Right. It's a department.
So if council decides we could encumber the remainder of that fund for this year.
I would friendly.
But then I think what Council Member Wilkinson is referring to is for the fiscal years 23 and fiscal year 24, removing those expenditures on those years. So all the 140,000 that the recreational marijuana will generate will just all go back to the general fund and support our operations. So essentially, we will have a lesser shortfall for those years.
Okay, I guess I just add some comments. My desire is to see that money in its own fund where it does not ever go back into the general fund. So I don't know if we need to keep this as a reserve that we put all of the revenue sharing into, and then each time council chooses to do something with that. But I would like, maybe some year we don't, maybe we build it up for a larger project. We have council goals that cost money, and that can be something to build up over time. I see it no different than when we put aside money for the dam removal or the train stop. So I guess my desire would be to see it not in the general fund, in its own fund, and then we determine as we go how we see it best to be put back into the community. That's a friendly amendment, and we need its own.
So you want cannabis, although a part of it comes out of the general fund, like for them to actually operate, we use our inspectors to inspect and to do, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, we also,
But we don't want, but none of it goes back to the general fund to subsidize it. You're saying just make it all over there.
so that's revenue sharing. There's separate money that we get for permits. And that was what,
115,000.
1,000? Yeah. I'm saying all the revenue sharing. we have a separate member social equity, which is $1,000 member permit. We also have the fees that we charge each year for each permit, $5,000, 1,000 out of that goes into the social equity fund. And then we also get revenue sharing, we stay every year, and that number can fluctuate. First year it was 140, this year it's 338, next year it could be more, there might be a time where it flattens out. But I'm saying, personally, my desire would be that that money's not in the general fund. That way we have a way to track exactly how it's being used, and best fit to put back into the community. The last year we spent it down entirely.
So if we are in the shortfall, you would prefer us to use our reserves than to use, other monies like from,
No, I mean, I guess what I'm suggesting is that we set this aside to put it back into the community, and I see this no different than us making the decision to expand our YPD budget for additional officers. It would be the same thing.
Exactly, I agree with you, and those come out of the general fund. And I guess when I look at it, I think of all the services, that we supply to the community, police, trash, whatever, all of our services, not just, I don't know, to me, it would just look like it's a fun, whenever we want to do something fun, we can go over there. When we're suffering in another, we have a shortfall, but we want to have a fun over there.
Well, I guess for the record,
That's just
my
my
belief
opinion.
is that this money, the revenue source that it comes from, I believe that it should be invested back into the community for the purpose of community needs. That could be issues with violence, that could be youth programming, that could be other sorts of community engagement, but that's what I believe. I'm not saying anybody else has to believe that.
Right?
If that's a desire that council wants to take cannabis revenue sharing and utilize it in that way, I believe the resources can be better spent to improve some long-term structural and systemic problems. We've been talking a lot about getting bathrooms back up and open to the public. Maybe this can be a revenue source that we could utilize for that someday. We prioritized a non-police unarmed emergency response. That's going to cost money. We would have to build up that source over time. No one has to agree with me, but on the record, this is what I believe. I don't think that should go into the general fund.
Ms. Simmons, did I see your hand up?
Yes.
I'll contact you, Mr. Wilcox.
I appreciate what you're saying. I think it's kind of like how it's labeled, and I understand you want to kind of set it aside so we don't lose track of that money. You want it reinvested.
I mean, to be flat out honest, I don't think that money should be going into the police budget at all. And if it goes back
I was
into.
just using that as an example. when
No,
you
but the
said
reality, I get it. The reality is, if we don't set this aside and keep it separate, it goes into things that I don't believe it's best used for.
Yeah.
This, that's the reality. We could use it on harm reduction, we could use it on reentry housing. That's what I think is best used for. It would take 4 people, to decide that that's the best use for it. I just want it on the record, that's what I think we should do.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And so I'm hearing the city manager. I also understand that, that's revenue that's brought in, so some of it's permit fees and,
There's 2 different sources. We get money for people who apply every year. Every facility every year applies $5,000.
We already set 1,000 of that
Aside for social equity.
aside for social.
no, so what I wanted to understand is that we, the reason a lot of times like fees, it's to support the administrative kind of activities, right? So we're setting aside 1,000 and the 4,000 is right that is supporting the administrative fees. Okay, because I appreciate what, you're saying too.
But then we can also still do those things that you said. If
Yeah,
someone brings that to the table and say we want to support expungement, we still can do it. It doesn't, she just wants to keep track of it.
Right,
That's what I
that's,
see.
yeah, so I'm just trying to understand. And
Oh,
so,
sure, and if 1 year we don't utilize all of the revenue sharing that year, I think it should still stay there. That way we have it for the next year and can build up. I mean, we could put it into the housing trust. We could use it for barrier busters. But I feel very strongly that it just shouldn't just be there for the general fund. I think it should be separate. If we don't use it all in 1 year, that's fine too. We could use it to build up over time. It's gonna be very expensive if we ever do want to see public bathrooms, and if that's something that we're gonna do, if we want to house pilot.
We're using CDBG funds, there's other. that
Right, so,
use for that, for
okay.
And Mr. Halinga, and then Mr. Morgan.
You didn't get
And
that.
then Ms. Simmons.
So I just, real quick clarifier, is that if it's not a capital project, if it's not expended in that fiscal year, doesn't just return to the general fund anyway, right?
So we have a separate fund for our capital. So if it's under our capital fund, if we don't use it, then we keep track of those. But if it's in our general fund, then everything goes back. So if we have a surplus, then you add it back to our reserves. But if you have a shortfall, then you're deducting, it's like you're encumbering something, but you don't have the money to support it. So, but on your first question, when it comes to creating a new fund, yes, we can. So for us to keep track of it. But then on the other side of it is if we now remove that source of revenue from our general fund, then essentially you're increasing our shortfall. So let's say in our fiscal year, this current fiscal year, we're looking at a 686,000 shortfall. Now we received some revenue from recreational marijuana of 380,000. So that now, if you remove that, then it looks like we're gonna have like a million shortfall, because now that 380,000 you're taking out from our revenue.
Yeah, I get that, and I still think that it should go into a reserve regardless, but I also understand that it would require more than just me to want to do that, but that's what I want to lay out there for us to decide on a policy issue.
Yeah, so we could create a new fund if that's what council desires, to create another fund that will keep track of the recreational marijuana. But said what could be the trade-off when we were going to do that.
I'm curious.
Ms. Simmons.
Go ahead, come back to me, actually.
Okay, Mr. Morgan and then Mr. Wilcox.
I just want to say this for the record, because would you happen to know, we got 380,000, how much did the state of Michigan make to give us those peanuts?
Probably.
Exactly, that's my point. So the fact that we're getting these drops in the buckets, and we're grateful for them, because the industry, I don't condemn or condone, but of course they can afford to give us this money because it's harmful. And it's not good for the city, but we can't stop the industry. So when they make millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars off our city, and they give us something that say, whether it's for police, education, whether it's giving out grants, it still doesn't equate to the harm that's being done, in my opinion. So I do agree with Andy Somerville that we should get at least what we want, because of the fact that the harm that it does, and they're giving us these drops in the buckets to make it seem like it's fair and balanced, and it's not. I'm saying that public record, it's not. You're taking too many millions of dollars, giving us too many thousands of dollars, and making us make decisions. So we don't have enough to do with it. So question, are we not keeping track of it now? So we're keeping track of it, we just.
Yes, so we have an account, like an accounting for it, but we don't, in our fund balance, it's like part of the unassigned. We don't have any designation.
I wish I could make a motion to have the marijuana dispensaries put money together to save our school system. How about that? Instead of not in our budget. Yeah, they're peanuts. They're peanuts.
There's actual revenue sharing that goes into the school aid budget.
So what I'm saying though, if we want to do this, we still need to do that.
Yeah, we can do
Mr. Wilcox and then Ms. Simmons.
My point in making this amendment was there's lots of ways, I've looked through this line item for hours, and there are ways to get at the point of having a balanced budget. Maybe not all at once, but this was one thing, right? There's $140,000 there, it's peanuts, right? But this is one thing. The thought was that another move would be made at some other time if we're going to use that for community in terms of an unarmed crisis response team, which everybody's been talking about. We put it into our goals this year. That's not being addressed in this place. So I'm taking out these expenses. And if there's another motion that goes forward to say, yeah, we're gonna use this $338,000 or $140,000 to start that, because that is in our goals, then this is just the first step. But I think this accounting of carrying this over is a false deficit in this particular fund. And so I want to get rid of it. And that's all that this amendment was intended to do. We can talk about what we're going to do with that money at another point.
Ms. Simmons.
So, so going back to the separate fund thing, I mean, I can appreciate keeping track of that. What I want to say is, in some ways though, I also really appreciate, what the city manager is saying and what our finance director is saying. Because I think, right, it's important for us to have this balanced budget. And so we can't necessarily have these funds sitting over here kind of in perpetuity until we decide to spend them. I mean, I would like that. I'm not sure that it's practical, or at least wholly practical. And, the city manager is saying, it just goes back to the general fund. And so if we decide it's a priority for that year, we find the money in our general fund. And I think that, there's this, I don't know if people are familiar with cognitive biases, and, it's kind of a trap with money, when, because really a dollar is a dollar is a dollar. And so we can sometimes get into trouble with how we manage money and think about money when we make this dollar over here special compared to this dollar. Like, your grandma gives you $20, for your birthday. And so, you kind of say it's set aside for something special, when really it's $20 though that you kind of put into your whole pool. And so, if you've got credit card bills to pay and things like that, probably you need to pay the credit card bill versus set that aside to do something special with it, right? So I guess I'm kind of thinking about this. And I appreciate what you're saying. And I wish
There's also stuff that we could cut to balance the budget out. So.
and that's fine. So I'm like open to considering it, but I kind of also appreciate having it kind of in the general fund. So that, right, we can have a balanced budget, because it really is like,
We're required to.
Right. It's dollar is a dollar. I'd rather not go into our reserves for that. But if we can find money elsewhere where it makes sense, or prioritize, like maybe at the beginning of, when we're doing this planning, here's what we want to do with the anticipated, revenue we're going to get, so I don't know. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I think this process, sorry, can I make a comment?
Yeah.
I think this process though is like, it's kind of awkward. We have to make a bunch of motions, and
I
there's
know.
not like, it'd be better if we had like a working session dedicated to just budget amendments, but I guess the point that Steve just made is, like, I went through some line items, he went through every single line, there are things that we can do to balance the budget, and then we wouldn't even be having this conversation of like mismanaging this, but I think that like, the whole picture is, we could get there.
Yeah.
And I guess I would like us to think about how we can better utilize that source in particular, because I think it needs a lot. So like, what we have agreed to make efforts to undo the harm caused by the war on drugs. We've done that in the last 2 years. We prioritized reentry, we prioritized harm reduction, we prioritized expungement and housing. We can do that again, we can do it at higher levels, but if we don't ever think about the like building up like a treasure chest of how to better utilize the funds and like continue working with other partners that we can match, like we can have a bigger impact. That's why I think it needs to be separate and more thought out.
So I have to say that our intention was to, thank you, council members, some of y'all really appreciate that, because we got your suggestions and we were able to mull over them, like, and do the numbers and see what would be the shortfall. And so that's why we asked that everyone give us something, and so we could have presented a menu, of how we get there. Councilmember Wilcox and I just went through every line item, but we didn't get anything. We don't know what it's thinking. So we don't have to feel, what I'm trying to say. We could have done some of this.
Of course, some of my thinking was like, maybe we're gonna decrease the YPD budget. That didn't happen. So like, that would have meant some of the shortfall. These are all things that like, absolutely has to happen for the next thing to happen. But all I'm saying is, I would like us to be a little bit more intentional about that revenue source, just because of what the industry, like, this is an industry that's profiting off of the sale of legal cannabis. we have the ability to use those funds in a way that makes communities more whole than they are currently. That's what I'm trying to point out.
I get it,
Yeah.
thank you. So yeah, it's the job of the city manager to present a balanced budget, and to present the budget items to you. And then you in turn respond to them with what you feel should be cut or whatever. And so we're faced right now while we're doing all of this, because we didn't get much of anything, Councilmember Somerville. And so now we're gonna have to pass a budget, which we can do, pass a budget. And what, as long as we have reserves to make it up, then reserves do, but we can also amend the budget as we go along. I don't want anybody to think that, you know,
If
it's
this
the
is
end of it.
tonight, I'm fine.
Yeah,
I just wanted to present it like how I felt now, just because it seemed appropriate. I'm
Absolutely.
not gonna die on this hill tonight. I just want us to like think about long-term, how do we like eliminate things that we can eliminate? How do we like set this aside for the right things and be more intentional?
I agree with it.
Mr.
That I've heard.
Mr. Jones Chance.
Yeah, I think I'm for the amendment as originally stated. And I think if, you know, we do develop a plan for things to do this or even a larger sum of money, then we can bring them up at that time, and I think we should. I don't think that we should be limited as far as harm reduction or righting of wrongs go to just the funds from marijuana. So I don't want to put a cap on it either. But that being said, we may not have a very good solution right now, and it seems that at the point we're at, that the most appropriate place is probably the general fund for now. And then if we come up with some meaningful ideas that can really move the needle, then we can appropriate funds at that time.
I would like to say that, personally, I would like to see it kept out of the general fund, and that it be set aside. At our first meeting in June, we're going to have a presentation from the violence intervention team. And we have we have money that is committed to the plan that we have that will be presented coming from the county. However, we do not have enough. And as we've been meeting, as Mr. Jones Chance made reference to, one of the things that I was hoping was that we would be able to use some of the marijuana money for this particular plan. So I would like to see it stay out of the general fund and stay in a separate fund myself. Mr. Jones Chance.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Right, and you guys have to vote on.
Okay, please, Mr. Jones Chance has the floor.
I'm not going to touch on the fact that it needs to be both things, but Jesus. It's the funds, it doesn't matter what account they're in. We can pull funds for that purpose. I mean, we know it's $140,000, right? It doesn't matter what fund it's in. We can pull them and give them and put them behind that plan. We can put all of them behind that plan, which I think, you know, certainly be helpful, especially for some of the work Supreme Balance is doing and the county. So we could certainly put the funds there. It doesn't really matter what account they live in. You know, council can decide to spend whatever from whatever account in however way we want to. I mean, it's not like we don't already know the amount. I mean, I can write it down.
Revenue is a line item.
I can write one for you right here, and then if anyone, and every time we spend something from what we think that should be, I can make a little mark, and then we can keep track of it. I mean, it doesn't matter how we keep track of it.
Mr. Wilcox.
I kind of like to move on with this. I don't want to call the question because that's a whole other vote that I don't want to go to. For the purposes of this amendment right now, because I've got other things I want to talk about, you know.
Would you repeat the amendment?
Sure. Under the expenditures for the line item on council programs, which is 101-7-7470-836 with sequentially 00, 01, 02, 03, and 04 to have those zeroed out to eliminate $140,000 in expenditures.
I seconded that. It has been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? I see no further discussion. Mr. Halinga, would you call the roll on the amendment?
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Somerville,
Yes.
Mayor Richardson,
Yes.
Councilmember Morgan,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Mr. Jones Chance.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilcox,
Yes.
motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Are there any more amendments, Mr. Wilcox?
I have questions, actually.
Okay.
Under the Water Street Fund, there's a professional fee for $50,000 that, what's that used for?
Yeah, Joe just left, but usually it's anything that, go ahead.
I believe it's for remediation. I think we have a
Consultant on?
Yeah, I think
Okay,
it's
got it. In the recreation swimming pool expenditures, there's $14,500 for part-time wages. And my understanding is that the Friends of Rutherford Pool provide all the funding for part-time employees. So I'm wondering,
There should be a revenue that comes in to reimburses us for those expenses.
yeah. I will defer to someone else at the moment. Two things that occurred to me when we were looking at the budget the last time. There's a $1.2 million transfer to the capital improvement. And I asked what that was last time, and I don't recall what the answer was.
500,000 was for the pandemic. And then 325,000 for the city elevator modernization. And then a couple of other things there.
And so the follow-up question I asked last time was why $500,000 is being put into 1 year? Because this exaggerates the deficit by $500,000, right? So we're looking at that shortfall. We're not going to spend $500,000 next year on it. Damn, it's just not going to happen. So the question is, why can't we reapportion that? I mean, I'm just looking at numbers in a spreadsheet. It's not real money. It's not going to go out till 2024. I'm not sure why it's put into the budget for next year as an expenditure.
We probably could move it over to next year. I would prefer to do that than to try to figure out how much money it is.
Right. So, we split that as like $100,000 next year because that's what we're doing. And we'll lump 400 into something after that, but it's not really going to be that. It will be over the course of 3 years that we'll spend that. But I'm looking at this deficit and, just the shock value, the sticker shock of what the deficit is. So if we can move that into the next year, that gets rid of a significant chunk of it.
That was the request when we compiled the budget. So that's
From who?
from
I think maybe,
Okay.
because we moved, we kind of didn't know when we were gonna do it, but once next year we had it. So I think I just put it out of the first one to make sure we had it and just kind of been moving it along.
Right.
But now we're more precise, that it will be 23, 24. So I feel more comfortable moving it out to a more specified date.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Is there a reason this isn't covered like the train stop money?
it was encumbered before when we did not have any project. So it's part of our reserves, but since now we have a project, we took that out of our committed fund balance. And now we will just transfer the actual funds to our capital improvement. So that frees up the committed and then, but you will now have an expense on your capital improvement and an expense on the general fund through a transfer.
Right. What does that look like in terms of the expenditure for the deficit? Does that stay the same?
So that will decrease now the deficit. The short.
We'll take it out.
Ms. Somerville.
I have a question about the council budget. For memberships and dues, I just noticed that there's like a double in the fees from last few years to now, it's like 24,000.
Yeah, so in the past few fiscal years, I've had to move a lot of money from different accounts to cover those, so I
Okay.
just properly budgeted in that account this time.
Okay, so there wasn't just some new thing that we, okay. But is it, so we normally only actually spend around 12,000?
No. We spend, it's right around there, it's MML, the watershed, it is, SEMCOG, it's several different things. And like when I did the budget, I went through the accounts and I saw exactly what would be coming out of that and what should be spent out of that, so it just increases what we actually spend.
Okay, because I was just confused at like the way it was laid out, because I'm like looking at like three like columns that are 12 and then it goes to 24.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a question about,
Mr. Jones Chance.
Yes, is the elevator dangerous?
Ron might be better to talk about this, but I know our elevator's not currently working.
This is more than modernization.
So, good evening, council. So is the elevator dangerous? No. We do have the elevator inspected quarterly as required by the state. We have the state inspector come out annually. We have a contract with Schindler Elevator to do servicing. So it is not dangerous. The issue with the elevator is that it was built 66 or 67 years ago. And it hasn't undergone any equipment updates or any of that really since. We've actually received a certified letter from their maintenance company because the parts are so far out of date for the elevator. They're cannot guarantee that they'll be able to find replacement parts if things continue to break or if we have issues or if electrical contacts go down. So the $325,000 number is based on actual estimates we received from two elevator companies that would provide the modernization. There's a lot more that needs to go into it. They need to put in new electrical panels. They would need to insulate and put in climate control systems in the top where all the controlling units are. There's a fair amount of work that needs to go into it to bring it up to current standards. But it is not dangerous. It is inspected quarterly and we've passed those inspections. So it, when functional, it is safe to use.
So these additional items, the climate control and things like that, are those in addition to the 325? Are those included?
No, those are included, and that is the current code for elevators. So if we do a modernization where we make improvements to it, we have to bring it up to the current standard of the building code.
In your opinion, could this wait a year?
It's a tough call because you never know if the wrong contact is going to go, or if you never know if if something breaks that they're not able to source a part for. There is and our elevator companies have indicated this too. I mean, there is a realistic chance that if we don't do this and the elevator does go down, we would be looking at doing it anyway. Then, and of course, elevator is required for our building, is required by the ADA requirements that we're bound by as well. So if the elevator went down for extended periods of time, we'd have to refigure out operations a bit.
Okay. Are there any organizations or things like that who financially support this kind of update? I mean, I know previous buildings in the past have been able to find money for, chair lifts and things like that.
Not that I'm aware of. We can continue to look for some and look through. They have some grant finders on SEMCOG. I'm not aware of any grants that are out there, which we'd be able to find some revenue for to support this for City Hall. Yeah.
Thanks.
Barr, did I see your hand up?
Yes, Your Honor. What is the final decision on the 500,000?
I don't think they.
There wasn't a motion. I just asked it again for the next year. So I can make that motion.
Is that going to happen?
I move that we reallocate the $500,000 expenditure into the capital improvement. And that be earmarked for the year 2020, 23, 24.
Support.
I said for 10 days.
For 10 days. Yeah.
Support.
Okay, so we moved and supported. Is there a question, questions or discussion? Ms. Simmons?
I just want to understand.
Is a motion?
Yes, yeah, so that includes the elevator then, correct, or, no, it doesn't?
No, this is separate.
Okay, sorry, I just wanted to.
We already finished talking about it. I never made a motion.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I just want to know this stuff. Thanks.
All right, if there's no discussion on the 500,000 motion, Mr. Halinga, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Somerville,
Yes.
Mayor Richardson,
Yes.
Councilmember Morgan,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Sir Jones Chance,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
Yes.
motion carries. Just to clarify, you're saying move that to the CIP for FY 23-24?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Halinga, and thank you, Mr. Barr, and thank you, Mr. Wilcoxen. Okay, Ms. Simmons, you had something on the elevator.
Oh, I was just going to comment that, we have an obligation to provide, access and also, it's also a, dignity and that kind of ethical service. And so that even though elevator might seem minor, it's really is an important thing to make sure it's working properly and maintained. So, people we serve in addition to just, employees.
Were you, done with that, Mr. Jones Chan? Talking to the elevator. Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you. Mr. Wilcoxen.
I have a question about the council. No, sorry. There's a $36,000 contractual line.
Lobbyist.
Ah. I move that we
What?
You wouldn't say anything. I'd like to scratch that whole line item.
Of the lobbyists?
Yeah. But I'll leave that for a minute.
You didn't make a motion, you didn't?
No, I'm gonna leave it there. That'll be amendment that I take up at another time, sorry.
Okay.
But thank you for clarifying that was smart.
Thank you.
There's a $36,000 contractual expenditure,
3,600?
36,000.
36,000 under council expenditures. And so I'm just looking at places to chip away at this, like, this huge deficit, right? And I'm
Support.
see it's 36, well, I haven't made it.
There's no motion.
There's no motion, I want to take that up.
So, Mr. Wilcoxen, are you saying that you do not find the lobbyists
Helpful at all.
helpful?
I want to bring this back to the time. I want to review the contract and see what he's supposed to be doing and what he's actually doing. So I'll bring it up another time.
All right. Thank you. And we welcome you to bring it back,
Thanks.
considering the time frame now. All right, are there any other amendments? Seeing none, are we ready to vote?
I have a question
Yeah.
about the parking fund. We're transferring $35,000 and $95,000 to the parking fund, which then creates a surplus of $5,000 and $59,000. So why are we transferring $95,000 to leave a surplus of $59,000?
Yeah, I would have to correct that because there were some changes when we made the fund. We want that fund to be just balanced.
Yeah.
Yeah, with us not hiring the part-time parking enforcer, I'll be able to fix those.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you for pointing that out, council member.
You see no hands, Mr. Malenga, would you call the roll, please? Thank you.
This is budget as amended. Mayor Richardson,
Yes.
Councilmember Morgan,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Mr. Jones Chance.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Somerville,
Yes.
motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say to the city manager, I have spent a lot of time on this, but it's only been recently. So I apologize for not getting all of this to you earlier. Just my schedule hadn't worked out. So
I understand.
All right, resolution 2022-123, adopting ordinance 1391.
Mayor, that's 2022-122.
I thought, okay, I'm sorry.
I have that one.
22.
Oh, did we approve as amended?
yes.
Yes.
Okay, so resolution, we're good. Resolution number 2022-122. Amend budget appropriation by department and major organizational unit for fiscal year 2021-2022. Resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti that an ordinance entitled an ordinance to amend budget appropriations by department and major organizational unit for the fiscal years 2021-2022 be approved on second and final reading. May the rest be read into the record. I so move.
Questions, discussion?
And another thing.
There are questions and discussions on 122.
No, Mayor.
Okay, seeing none. Mr. Malenga, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Morgan,
Yes, clerk.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Mr. Jones Chance,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Somerville,
Yes.
Mayor Richardson,
Yes.
motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. All right, resolution 2022-123.
Resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti that the proposed ordinance entitled 2022 to 2023 tax levy ordinance be approved on second reading.
Moved it and moved it second. Discussion. Seeing none, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Mr. Jones Chance,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Somerville,
Yes.
Mayor Richardson,
Yes.
Councilmember Morgan,
Yes.
motion carries unanimously.
Down to, thank you, resolution 2022-124. Thank you,
Thank you, Rick.
very much. Appreciate all the work that you did.
Mayor, we are on 2022-125, 124.
124.
Did that one? Earlier.
Oh, yes, we did need that one. Thank you. 125. Ladies, please.
125.
Please, yes. Can we focus, please? Okay, 125.
It's you.
I thought it was 124.
We did that one.
So it's sorry, we moved it ahead, that's why I was off, okay. Resolution number 2022-125, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti. Whereas President Bill Clinton declared June Gay and Lesbian Pride Month in June of 2000 to commemorate the June 1969 Stonewall riots in Lower Manhattan. And whereas President Barack Obama expanded the commemoration further by declaring June Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender Pride Month. And whereas Pride Month is not only a time of celebration, but it is also an opportunity to peacefully protest and raise political awareness of current issues facing the LGBTQ+ community. And whereas much ground has been gained since the 1969 Stonewall riots, however, injustice and negative attitudes remain that threaten the LGBTQ+ community. And whereas the city of Ypsilanti has a proud place in the history of LGBTQ+ equality in the successful passing of our inclusive non-discrimination ordinance in 1998, a historic victory that received national attention and acclaim. And whereas while the city of Ypsilanti has a long and proud tradition of being an inclusive community, it recognizes as long as injustice exists, it threatens all that has been accomplished. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of Ypsilanti, of the City of Ypsilanti, declare June as Pride Month and direct staff to fly the Pride flag from the window in council chambers viewable from Huron Street through the duration of the month.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any questions?
I so moved.
And I so support.
Me too, everybody was well.
Yes.
Okay, so, Ms. Somerville ended up supporting that.
No, Brian.
Oh, I saw you sign.
I signed it. You can sign it. You can.
I'm sorry, it was muscle memory, Brian. I did not mean to do that.
All right, it has been moved. It has been moved and supported. Is there any questions, discussion? Mr. Morgan.
I gotta ask this question. Isn't June already Pride Month in the city of Ypsilanti?
Yeah.
We gotta do it every year. And so I got the same issue with what I did, both of these resolutions coming up. I do support it all. I know in Hispanic American Month, we didn't fly a flag. Juneteenth, I disagree with the kind of flag it is. And as far as Pride Month, I support it totally. I think we took the flags down, and that's a staff decision. I think starting to add, putting flags back up in the window is going totally against what we attempted to do and taking them down. And it doesn't matter what month they're celebrating. If it's not consistent across the board, we shouldn't do it.
Thank you. I agree with that. Ms. Somerville.
Yeah, we approved this exact resolution last year, and blew the flag in the window, and we revisited the issue of temporary flying certain flags if council so desires through resolution, which this is, and the next resolution would also do the same thing if approved. Besides that, I'm really excited to see this come forward. I think it's important to, now more than ever, especially when you think about the impact that has been had on LGBTQ youth, with the rise of hate across the country by adults, attacking transgender athletes and students and gay students. These things may seem unimportant, but they actually mean a lot to the community as a whole, adults who have had to live in a world that is not so accepting of who they are, but also for children who are growing up and have these identities. I think it's really important for people who are elected officials and role models who share these beliefs and support them to show it. That's what Pride Month is for. And I think now more than ever, our youth need to feel supported.
in a time where they're being attacked, by politicians who are straight white males. So, thank you, Jennifer, for reading this resolution in.
Preach, Annie, preach. Yeah.
You know, all of that, all of that, all of that.
Us old people need support too.
You do.
Oh, thank you.
Any further comments or questions, discussion?
I usually never rebuttal to a council person, but I still want to speak to the issue. And I think, again, if we're not honoring all of them the same way, we shouldn't do them. Thank you.
Mr. Wilcox?
That is exactly why we made it an issue at a time. And so if there's something that you would like to put forward, then that resolution should be brought forward.
Mr. Jones-Chan?
Yeah, I just want to say in principle, it is not unfair to be discerning. That's why we have a deliberative body. That's why we're here, to discern the right thing to do among many options. That's not unfair. That's our job. And I support this.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, and not to belabor the point, but I did go on a rant a few weeks ago about equity versus equality, and so I'll just leave it there. I support this.
As you mentioned, equity versus equality, I will share my definition. It's one that I learned way back, I guess it's been more than 10 years ago now, and I think that it is one that is very understandable. And equality is everyone has a pair of shoes, and equity is everyone has a pair of shoes that fit. And if you've ever had a pair of shoes that didn't fit, you understand what that is all about. So if there's no more discussion on this resolution, please call the roll, Mr. Halinga.
Mr. Jones-Chan.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Somerville.
Yes.
Mayor Richardson.
Yes.
Councilmember Morgan.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. All right, resolution 126.
I have that. It is resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti that whereas Juneteenth was recognized as a city holiday by passage of resolution number 2021-068 on April 6, 2021. And whereas Ypsilanti, Michigan has a proud record of fighting bigotry, slavery, and racism, including prior to the Civil War being a part of the Underground Railroad to help slaves to freedom, and sending soldiers, black and white, to fight and die for the Union in the Civil War to free the slaves, and passing ordinances to prohibit discrimination. And whereas June 19, 1865 marks when the final group of Black Americans understood that they were free, when Union Army General Gordon Granger landed in Galveston, where he read General Order Number 3, stating that all slaves were free, and that former masters and slaves were absolutely equal in personal and property rights. And whereas Juneteenth, June 19, 1865, acting as the date of emancipation, became a long-standing day of celebration meant to honor Black Americans' resilience and the end of slavery. And whereas it is fitting and proper for the city of Ypsilanti to honor and celebrate June 19 of every year as Juneteenth. And whereas we must work together to continue to build a just Ypsilanti free from prejudice, bigotry, and racism. Now, therefore, it is hereby resolved by the Ypsilanti City Council that June 19th be recognized by the city of Ypsilanti and display the Juneteenth flag from a window in council chambers viewable from Huron Street through the duration of the month. And I so move. Support.
It's been moved and supported. Questions, discussion? Mayor Pro Tem.
I would just say, the same as before. I think this is important that, we are able to fly the flag in the window for the duration of the month. And if there are other things that are important, you can bring those forward as well. But again, equity versus equality.
Ms. Somerville.
Yeah, I would just like to echo everything that Mayor Pro Tem Brown just said. I'm excited that for the last several years, Ypsilanti has been, part of
the celebration that's happening here for Juneteenth. And I think this just also further helps expand our reach. People drive by these windows every day. They might wonder what that flag is and then look it up, and it just brings awareness to the holiday. Celebrate.
Thank you. Any other questions, discussion? Mr. Kalanga.
So in the packet, I included two types of flags. I don't think it needs, a motion needs to be made, but if there's a preference, one has the date and one does not.
I think the one without the date makes a little more sense.
I'll just make a statement.
Yes.
I like the date too.
And Mr. Morgan, can we, finish up on the issue of the flag?
This is my own personal statement, and I'll just make this, I think, I don't want to ask people know the history of the flag, because you all may do. But since it was created by Anglo-Euro people who was given to us like civil rights, I think it's a source of discontent, pain, and confusion for the people and indigenous people. I think that flag itself does not truly represent the indigenous Black people who suffered in this country. I think they just told us it does, and we free to fly it if we like. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Do you have another flag that you would like to present to us?
3 flags right there.
Okay, so you're not interested in a flag for Juneteenth at all?
If it was created by Black people, perhaps, maybe. No more. That's it.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Mhm.
Any other discussion on the flag, choice of flags? I didn't realize that we were.
So show of hands, who wants one for the date?
Let's have a show of hands of those that want to fly a flag. The Juneteenth.
We just passed. We just passed.
So you didn't vote on it yet.
Oh, okay. Well, then we're gonna vote on that.
So we can always remove that from the resolution that we had before.
I think so. For background, I know we don't. Should I say my comment? But for background, when we were discussing the resolution for Pride Month and putting the flag back in the window as we did last year, I believe Ryan was like, "What about Juneteenth?" So that's how this transpired, and I believe Ryan and Mayor Pro Tem Brown brought this forward, if I'm not mistaken. Am I wrong? No.
It was at the end of the
This
last.
is the last meeting.
Oh, it was you? Okay, so it was Jennifer and Brian. Great. So that transpired after our conversation about the pride flag. So this was intentional, and it was in the conversation of celebrating various things in June, but I don't want to speak for either of them, but I just wanted to like clarify where this came from. And the intent was a flag in the window.
Personally, I feel that if we're going to fly a flag for Juneteenth, that it needs to be the flag that actually gives the date. Otherwise, people will not know. You know, I've never seen either of these flags before. I certainly would not know what it was there for. Okay. So is there a motion to, Mr. Halinga was asking what was the desire of which flag to fly. So we've heard from Mr. Morgan. We need a motion.
I don't think we need a motion. If we can do this vote and then by a show of hands.
Okay. All right, very good.
Councilmember Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Somerville,
Yes.
Mayor Richardson,
Yes.
Councilmember Morgan,
I abstain.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Mr. Jones Chance,
Yes.
6 yes and 1 abstention, motion carries.
Thank you.
So,
Right now on the flag, all in favor by hand, based on time, on the flag with the date, please raise your hand. All those that want the flag without the date, raise your hand. So seemingly the flag with the date has been approved. Thank you. Okay, resolution, moving on to resolution 127, approving appointments to boards and commissions.
Yes, I have that. Resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti that the following residents be appointed to the city of Ypsilanti boards and commissions as indicated below. Stephen Zunko, Bicentennial Committee, expiration until bicentennial, and Liz Ratzloff, the Sustainability Commission, expiration 5/1/2025.
Been moved and supported. Any questions, discussion?
Does that until mean that until the committee, till they're done?
Until bicentennial happens.
Until bicentennial, yes, until after the bicentennial.
When is that? 1865.
Any other questions or discussion?
That's,
I'm sorry, do you have a question, Mr.?
I mean, January 21st, 2023. That's, are we talking about a specific date or just the year? That's what I'm saying. So until the year is over?
Probably.
That's probably, it's not
There will
specific.
be, well, so when we create, we're not specific, there will probably be business to tie up after the events.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Halinga, would you call the roll, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Somerville,
Yes.
Mayor Richardson,
Yes.
Councilmember Morgan,
Yes.
Councilmember Sims,
Yes.
Councilor Jones Chance.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilcoxen,
Yes.
motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Resolution 128.
Resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti that the city council of the city of Ypsilanti enter into the attached memorandum of understanding with University Musical Society for use of the Freight House during the months of April and September in 2023 and 2024. And may the rest be read into the record, and I so move.
Support. Support. It's been moved and supported. Any questions or? Thank you, Mr. Jacobs, for coming by.
My pleasure. Good evening, council. I like the let the rest be read into the record and save the time. That's when we change. So yeah, we have been meeting with the University Musical Society since late 2021. City Manager McMullen and I have met with their president, Matthew Van Beeson, and their vice president of operations. And they approached us just looking to see if a partnership was available to use the Freight House on an exclusive basis. It's some sort of pilot program in 2023 and 2024. And so, you know, at first, I think City Manager McMullen and I both wanted to see those details. We were really reluctant to give up control over the Freight House, knowing the direction council has set with the warming center is a priority, generating revenue from private events is a priority, and then community event programming is kind of a third leg to the priorities for how the Freight House is to be used over the management. You know, I've been up to talk to you guys about how the Freight House is going. It's going very well. We're bringing in about $100,000 for this fiscal year. That could go up to about 150 in the following fiscal year. Demand is incredibly high, and it's one of the reasons why I'm bringing this to you now, because it's difficult to hold a 4-week block of time in the spring and then the fall. So currently we have a 4-week block held in spring 2023 and 4 weeks in fall 2023. But we can't justify holding that if we don't know if council wants to pursue a partnership like this with UMS. And so details are in your packet. Short story is, you know, it's a $4,500 a week flat fee that would give them exclusive rights for 4 weeks for the spring, for the fall. And this would be both in 2023 and 2024. That $36,000 annually represents a pretty good chunk of change for us relative to what we bring in revenue wise, which is about half of that per week. Granted, it goes up, goes down, depends on the time of year. But for us, it saves some operating costs in the form of labor. And I think genuinely in conversations with UMS, that they bring the right attitude about working in this community, collaborating with local artists, and prioritizing accessibility for city residents in terms of the fees that are charged for that program. They will not rent the space to third parties. One of the concerns that we had going into this was that the space would be monetized on behalf of a third party. That is not the case. Any ticket sales won't even cover costs for them because the size of the space doesn't really allow for it, typical of their larger productions and performances. So we're prioritizing access. We're prioritizing the things that we're already doing that city councils wanted to see. It's a revenue positive step in the right direction. And yeah, I guess that's kind of the broad overview. I'm happy to take any questions specific to the MOU, the RFL, or the resolution.
Mr. Morgan.
Where are the university, right, is it Eastern, University of Michigan?
It's University Musical Society is closely affiliated with University of Michigan, but they do have intent to partner with Eastern and a broader Southeast Michigan aspiration outside of just U of M.
Well, I just want to make it, I think it's clever. I think it's to have a short, very highly, a lot of revenue in a short time with art. I think that's win-win-win. I can't say much more about that. Thank you.
Any other? Ms. Simmons.
I'll just say, this is great. I'm excited about it. I think it's really a great opportunity for our community.
Ms. Somerville.
Quick question. For Bicentennial Committee, we reserved the Freight House for our meetings the last Thursday of the month for like the whole year, 2023. Do you know if that, like, if those months, if we would still be able to do that?
I could check with them. I think for a city meeting on a Thursday, that could probably work. They're
Okay.
interested in Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. And, we could probably make something like that work, especially with having the cafe available while they might be doing something in the Great Hall.
Okay. Well, I'm thinking specifically like spring, just in terms of like whatever we might be trying to like physically be doing, whether it's like putting together things, physical things for like different events. So yeah, mostly worried about spring.
Yeah.
Mr. Jones Chan.
Yeah, so this is an exclusive use.
Yeah,
Nothing else can happen in the Freight House.
we would not be renting Monday through Sunday in these 4-week periods in both the spring and the fall. And I don't think that they're gonna have programming on Mondays or Tuesdays necessarily. But it's having the option to have a solid block of programming in those 4-week spans. So we wouldn't be renting during that period of time. It would be an exclusivity period for UMS.
I think it might be a good idea if there are any sort of pre-planned city level events that needed to happen there, that maybe we add those as blackout dates.
So right now, I thought we had captured most of what was on what was communicated to Wendy when she fills out her calendar. It's not to say we can't work with the Bicentennial Committee on those Thursdays, but for the most part, I would be surprised if we didn't capture all of those kind of potential conflicts. Because we are already filling up the 2023 calendar pretty aggressively, like I said, and so it was tough in spring 2023 finding 4 weeks for them. In fact, we're gonna have to do a 2-week block, wait 2 weeks, and then do a 2-week block, because you can't find 4 weeks.
Okay, I was just gonna ask like what month?
It's gonna be spring, last couple weeks of spring, first couple weeks of May in 2023, and then all of September. In the future, in 2024, they just want April and September. It wasn't possible in 2023. Part of the reason why it's here before you now, because I can't sit on the dates any longer.
Mr.
I
Morgan.
just wanted to make a motion to end the meeting at midnight. Yeah. I mean, it's 11:30 was
Yeah.
just making an extension.
Is there a second to that motion?
Is there a reluctant second?
Second.
It's been moved in second, all in favor? Aye. I would just like to say about this resolution that I believe that this is a tremendous opportunity for the residents of Ypsilanti and the Ypsilanti area. As I am talking with the director, some of the programming and the plans for some of our youth will be able to partake in the arts with at no cost. They will be there will be scholarships available and we have a number of youth, and I've talked to over the last year and several months, I've talked to any number of people who have really emphasized that all of our youth are not sports minded, that we have a lot of youth that are interested in music and in the arts and in dance. And this would be a tremendous opportunity for them. There's lots of sports opportunities, but this would give other opportunities in those in the area of arts, like I said, and music. So I am definitely supporting this. Ms. Somerville.
Yeah, I just have a question. Is it possible for us to ask for like a report after each like chunk of time? So like the first like 4 weeks, can we get data on the age, the residency? Yeah, I know I don't want to like violate any law, but like it'd be nice to see like data on race, just to see the impact, the overall like equity impact.
I don't know if they collect that voluntary demographic data at this time, but we could certainly make that part of what we require or ask for.
Or even if it's just like voluntary, like.
Right. Yeah, I think it should be voluntary.
Participants would like to, it would just, you know, it'd be cool to track.
I agree. Yeah, I'm a big data nerd, so I'd love to have that, just know what's going on.
Ms. Jones-Chance, did I see your hand go up briefly? Okay. Other questions, discussion? Okay, seeing none, would you call the roll, please, Mr. Hillen?
Councilmember Somerville,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Morgan,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
I wonder if I should abstain since I work for the university.
Isn't that?
It's not a university.
Not well, but. So yes.
Mr. Jones Chance,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Richardson,
Yes.
motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Looking now for resolution 2022-1. Oh, we did that one earlier.
What's the nomination?
Okay, that brings us to nominations. Any discussion or question on any of either of the nominations? Okay.
This is great to see everybody from Ypsilanti.
Isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Looks like we found a few.
Look like we found.
All right.
That's all right.
Okay, moving on. Boards and Commission Liaison Reports, Mr. Morgan, Ypsilanti, right back.
Tomorrow, no, Thursday, there's a meeting, and on the agenda, we're talking about civilian oversight. And we're gonna have some experts come in talking about the benefits of the shot detectors and the license plate readers.
All right.
That's what's going on Wednesday, Thursday.
All right, thank you. Human Relations Commission,
The next meeting is June 22nd.
thank you. They have a meeting this month?
There was not a quorum.
Are there enough people appointed? to
Say
have
no.
a quorum?
There, on HRC,
Yeah.
we're working on it, but there was not attendance, I believe, at the last meeting, and then the next one is in June, to appoint the new chair since our chair is leaving.
So the last meeting was, they haven't approved their schedule yet for 2022. And then so a meeting got booked for their meeting in May. and then they couldn't get anyone to reschedule it, so now it's just in June.
All right, thank you. Arts Commission,
They have a meeting tomorrow, a special meeting that I cannot attend, but I do know that there's a budget asked on there, I believe. I had mentioned that in goals or in our budget stuff earlier, because I think there are other things that we need to work out, but we do have a source where we have two things. We have youth programming grants that are an option for them to entertain, I think. But also we have our social equity fund, and this would be a source that they could pull from. So I can't be there. Christopher, will you be there?
Elise,
I'll be there. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I'll be in the initial really late anyway, so. So I don't have an update, but I just know what's going on. I'll try to report back.
I would just maybe add on to, because the Arts Commission was very much involved in embracing our differences. And I don't know if any of you got to attend any of the displays last Saturday for the grand opening of those. They were very well done. Some of the art is absolutely fantastic. Unfortunately, the storm that passed through on Friday night blew some of the display at Park Ridge over. When I saw it, I immediately reached out to both Nancy Margolis and Lynn Settles, and Nancy did let me know that she's been able to find a structural engineer that will work at putting them back up so that they hopefully will not blow over again. Some of the poles, and looking at where they were actually set in the place where there used to be a sandbox, and so they weren't on real solid ground. So they will be, if you've been by the park and seen them a little blown over, that's what happened. But they will be going back up and hopefully more securely. Okay, Parks and Recreation, Mr. Wilcoxon.
The last meeting, there were presentations of service awards to the M Parks program. And Brown accepted one on behalf of the Kiwanis, their work in the parks. Bob Kruwinski, who's on our non-motorized advisory committee and has headed that for quite some time, also received an award. Pete Murdoch received an award. There was nobody there to accept that, so I've talked with Evan about having that prominently displayed someplace in this building because Pete's relatives are all in Massachusetts. So I will bring that forward at some point. And I think that's about it.
All right, thank you. We'll stay right there with you. Sustainability Commission.
We haven't had a meeting since the last time, but we do have a new chair. TC Collins was here last time and has been reappointed. I have another nomination, was Ratzloff, and then I have one more person that I'll bring forward at the next meeting. And that will give us a full roster except for the two youth positions that need to be filled. And so I'll work on that as well.
All right, thank you. Historic District Commission.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. The Planning Commission, Mr.
Yes, I unfortunately, for the first time, was not able to attend either virtually or in person, and so I don't have a report this week.
Okay, the Zoning Board.
No, didn't meet.
Didn't meet, okay. All right, liaison reports. SimCog meeting is coming up. Watts.
Their meeting was canceled this month, but we should have one in June.
All right, thank you. Urban County. Joe or Christopher, were you able to? I wasn't able to be there.
I didn't know you weren't there, so we did not attend. Yeah, we didn't.
They didn't have one.
They didn't attend. No one attended.
I didn't know that you could make it, so I didn't know.
Okay. I did send an email stating that, but it's out there in cyberspace someplace. Don't worry about it. Ypsilanti Downtown Development Authority.
Yeah, we met last week. We were watching Space Jam at Frog Island Park. Come on down. There's a really, really free market at the Great House of St. Andrews, so it's gonna be awesome.
This is the original.
Space Jam, the original. Yeah.
Now, was that loud enough for the people? I don't know if we still have people on the virtual, but was that loud enough for them to hear? Okay. Thank you. Friends of Rutherford Pool.
There's been a lot of work going on and most of it has gotten done, but a couple meetings ago, I reported that they were looking for another service to do the water and fill the pool, and they haven't found that, so they're gonna stick with the company they were using before, but unfortunately, they can't get to that until Thursday. So the pool would normally be open on Friday of Memorial Day weekend, and that's not gonna happen. It'll take a whole other week to do, so they'll miss an entire weekend. They're looking at possibly having office hours for people who want to get their passes and things like that, but the pool can't be open, and there seems to be an electric problem with part of the bathhouse. So they won't be open this weekend to benefit us.
All right, thank you. Council proposed business, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mayor. I got a few things. Starting with some thank yous. I want to thank the new commissioners on the commissions. I appreciate your service. I want to say a thank you to the staff for cutting up and creating that budget. And just to be clear, I trust the staff, I respect them, and I'm grateful to work alongside you. I appreciate that. Thank you. I apologize for not having more to present when it came to the budget. I wish I would have had more time to dig into it. But two things are considerations. One, I just want to throw it out there for the future. Maybe with all these commissions we have, maybe we can consider combining some of the commissions to increase the numbers, participation, to increase the functionality and expand the missions, and to decrease the staff work and to make it so redundant for our staff to be overworked with all these commissions. And the last thing, the first Friday, June 3rd, I did DJ the Christmas party. I'll be DJing the LBGT youth event for at the library in Ozone House. It's to celebrate Pride Month. And so I hope you guys can come out and bring some young folks. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Simmons.
I just want to say, in the late hour, I want to say thank you to Mr. Akers. He has been helpful on a few things lately, and just super appreciative. So we haven't been the citizens impacted by that. So thanks.
Here. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Just want to thank staff for their work on all the things, because y'all are doing lots of things all the time. And I would be remiss to be sitting here and not say something about what occurred today. I mean, no kid should die going to school. No teacher should die protecting their students. I read something earlier that there have been more mass shootings this year than days of the year that we've been breathing ourselves, and it's just ridiculous. And something has to be done. We need action more than prayers right now. Prayers are always wanted, but we need action. And the powers that be beyond these walls have to step up and do something so that we can also contribute to that and support those initiatives. You know, we had a good meeting, but that was humming in the back today. So, I'm recently married. I have a bonus daughter, and that's the person that I was talking to all day, right? To make sure that she was okay. Hearing about what's happening in elementary schools, 2nd through 4th grade. So something's got to give. Thank you.
Ms. Simmons, Somerville.
Yes, thanks for bringing it up, Mayor Brown. This year, I mean, in Michigan, it's been very close, and at work, we have new security protocols that
probably aren't gonna save staff if something actually happens. So in light of everything that's happened both at schools and in, you know, government institutions in the last year and a half, it's a scary time. And yeah, thoughts and prayers aren't gonna save people from gun violence. On a different note, I'm really excited about the resolution that we passed earlier to utilize the money that Greg Sweeney left to the city. I'm hoping we get that done soon. At Prospect Park, I know that Ron ordered it and stuff, so I'm just excited about that. I've been thinking about Grace a lot lately. And I didn't realize until I got the council packet last week that we would have that item up. I also want to thank staff for all their hard work on the budget. And thanks for being patient. I apologize for any confusion earlier with some of my comments about intentionality. I think it just sometimes it's hard to fit where we bring these things up. Maybe next year we could have like a budget working session in between so we can be a little more structured. I think a lot of us struggle because we're part-time council and we have full-time jobs. I know I did send a few emails relative to what I mentioned earlier, but of course it was pretty minimal and not in detail what the actual intentionality was. So thank you for sitting through this long meeting and working with us all through the process. I think hopefully as a council over the next few months, we'll look through the budget and make some additional cuts where we can, and think a little more intentionally about funding and how we fund community organized programs that will reduce violence and things like that, because we still are trying to slow down budget shortfalls. But overall, I think that the conversations we've had tonight are good. But I just think, we should be a little more intentional with balancing things out and thinking long-term, because at some point, none of us are going to be at this table. But we should make some structural changes that will last generations. Let's see, I recruited a few people for boards and commissions, so we might have we might actually have quorum for the Human Relations Commission soon. So I'm excited about that. I echo what Councilmember Morgan said about maybe combining some boards and commissions, because I realized that just with the YPD budget, our staff in other areas of the city are stretched incredibly thin, and I think it should be all of our goal to keep people here. But if you're doing the work with 3 or 4 people, but only getting paid a salary for one person, something's got to give. So I just think in terms of we've just gone through the ad hoc process. I've been on all of those meetings, and so have Andrew and Joe. It's a lot for just to do everything that you're normally doing, and then being here. We were here until 11 last night. It's almost midnight. So anyways, all of that to say, I would like to make a motion to appoint Brian Foley tonight to the Bicentennial Committee. Thank you.
What was the motion again?
I would like to make a motion tonight to appoint and approve Brian Foley for Bicentennial so he can attend our meeting on Thursday. Support.
Any questions or discussion on that motion?
And I guess for background, I'll just add that Brian's been a part of this committee before we formalized it. This is just cleaning up. I thought he'd already applied and just realized that he didn't. So without him, our diversity decreases, and he has been in this community his entire life and brings a different perspective on a lot of the concepts that we're hoping to highlight for Bicentennial. So it would be not great if he was not a part of this.
Is there a reason why let's go with
No, go ahead with your question.
No, I was wondering, was there a reason why he wasn't on the original list?
He just didn't fill out the application. We started meeting long before it was formalized with council. We approved this 2 months ago. Everything kind of happened fast where we approved the first round of people. And then he showed up at our meeting and I'm like, oh, you're actually not even.
Was it a specific number of people we chose?
We left it open to 7 to 15 to avoid.
Awesome. I support that. Thank you so much.
Mr. Barr, is there anything that would prevent us from going through the normal process for,
So as long as council agrees, you can waive the rules and do it tonight.
what's the,
We need a motion to waive the rules, or do we just
So just.
run it? Let's run it. Oh, that's true. Let's do it.
okay,
Mayor Richardson,
yeah,
Councilmember Morgan,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Mr. Jones Chan.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Somerville.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
awesome, thank you so much, thank you. Mr. Wilcoxen,
I have nothing at this time.
all right, thank you, that's why you're drumming now, okay. Mr. Jones Chan,
Nothing for me.
okay.
Oh, take that back, actually. So there will be a presentation for violence intervention group. These are people with intimate knowledge of the gun violence issue, presenting a wide range of comprehensive solutions. Like I said before, the issue is not a zero-sum issue, it's a nuanced issue, and it's not going to have one solution. There are a lot of things that need to be done to address it, so I hope that folks who don't have as intimate a knowledge of what's going on will listen to the suggestions with an open mind, and I hope that we can support them financially to go about doing the work and implementing some of this, both at the county level and here at the city level.
Okay, thank you. Communications from the mayor. Just a couple of things. There was a cleanup at Park Ridge that was scheduled for Saturday. And it was pretty much rained out. A couple of us did show up just in case other people did show up, but it was rained out. It will be rescheduled. One of the main things that we're wanting to do is to clean the fence there. So, street sweepers, Mr. Akers, are the sweepers running through downtown yet?
Yes, the street sweepers are, they've been up and running since the beginning of the month. I would have to check our list to see where we've been running through, but we are about a month behind because of the delays. So they are running, and if council requests it, I can get an updated list and schedule.
Okay, if you would, but I was happened to be driving down north or coming south on North Washington and noticed that street could really use some TLC, some sweeper. Thank you. And due to time, I will stop there. City manager.
Thank you.
Communications.
First of all, I want to thank city council and staff for your support during the loss of my mom. I appreciate your support. All of you guys for showing up. Just want to say thank you. Lastly, you will find a memo in front of your seat. Joe Myers, which is really, well, two Joe Myers from Avalon Housing. And this is kind of an update on their due diligence work that they're doing for 206, 210 North Washington. They plan to close soon, but this memo is kind of explaining that they had to cut it and what they're actually doing. So free time just to do that. And that's all I have.
And I would like to say that we still are offering our condolences, and if there's anything that we as council or staff could do, please let us know. And you do still have our support. Okay, communications. Okay, That brings us to public comment. Anyone for comment? Just Duckworth.
Yes, good evening. I just happened to be on my way home from the gym and I see the lights are still on. So I just wanted to stop in and just thank you all so much. We are extremely excited about Juneteenth. We are excited about being able to repaint the mural. It's our anniversary. So we know that we just, again, just a spirit of gratefulness. And we thank city staff for working with us from the very beginning. This year, we definitely wanted to make sure that we corrected all of our mistakes last year and make sure that we come before you all the right way and get things done the right way. So just wanted to thank you all. We were over there today in the parking lot, and we seen like a lot of glass and things of that nature. So I was just wondering, would there be some type of way that we could get someone to sweep? If we do it, we can do it ourselves, but we don't have the utility brooms to be able to do it. So I didn't know if that was something that you all have. If it is, we can find volunteers if you all will allow us to use it, or if you all have staff that could do something like that, just to clean the parking lot up a bit before the actual festival, especially because there are going to be kids out there as well. And so we just want to make sure that the glass and things of that nature is up in the parking lot. Okay, and then lastly, we are going to be making buddy benches for the mural site. We wanted to get it done before Juneteenth, but may not get done before then. But when we get it done, we will bring the picture to you all first before we set them out and talk about how you all would like to have those set up here. That's it. Thank you again.
Thank you. Any others for comments?
Would anyone in the attendance list virtually like to make comment, please raise your hand. No hands are raised.
And thanks, Ms. Smith, for spending the whole evening with us. I appreciate that. All right, and seeing none.
Resolution number 2022-130. Resolved.
My goodness, it's overcome me. Yeah, we're gonna get there. Mr. Jones, Chad, would you please?
Resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti that the city council meeting be adjourned. On call by the mayor or 3 members of council, I so move.
Thank you. The meeting is adjourned.
6 hours, dog.